Hello everyone and welcome back to Nightmare Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video story one. I heard someone calling my name in the hallway, but I was home alone. The voice was faint, almost a whisper, but it was unmistakable. My name spoken clearly, as if someone was standing just outside my bedroom door. My heart skipped a beat as I froze, staring at the door, trying to make sense of what I had just heard. There was no one else in the house, no family, no visitors, just me and the silence of the late afternoon. I sat still for a few moments, my breath coming faster than usual as I listened for any other sounds. The house was eerily quiet, except for the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. My mind raced, trying to figure out where the voice could have come from. Could it have been my imagination, a trick of the mind perhaps? But no, it was too real, too distinct. I slowly got out of bed and my feet see against the wooden floor and crept toward the door. The hallway outside my room was dark and the dim light from the living room barely reached it. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob, half expecting to find someone standing there. I opened the door, just a crack peering into the hallway, but there was no one. The hallway was empty, just the quiet stretch of darkened walls and the shadows of furniture. I stepped out into the hallway, my pulse racing, and glanced around nervously. My breath felt shallow as I walked slowly down the corridor, every creak of the floorboards beneath me making me jump. The house felt too big too, still like it was holding its breath. My eyes darted to the end of a hallway where the staircase led down to the front door. Everything appeared just as it should be, ordinary, unremarkable, no sign of anything out of the ordinary. But then I heard it again. This time it was clearer, louder. "Come here." The voice was right behind me, as if someone had whispered it directly into my ear. I whipped around, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was no one there. The hallway remained empty, the air thick with tension, as if something was waiting to spring. I rushed back to my room, my mind a jumble of thoughts. I locked the door behind me, my hand shaking as I did. Was I here hearing things? Was I just imagining it all? I sat down on my bed trying to steady my breathing, but the unease continued to gnaw at me. I couldn't explain. The voice couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I looked around my room again, checking the corners, the closet, the bathroom, everywhere, but everything seemed normal. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself that it was just a trick of the mind. Maybe the house was settling, maybe the wind had carried a sound from outside, but deep down I knew that wasn't it. The voice wasn't some random noise. It had called my name and it had done it with purpose. It wasn't just a sound, it was a message. I pulled my phone from my pocket and dialed a number, but before the call could connect, I stopped. Something made me pause, a gut feeling that I couldn't explain. Instead, I opened the camera app on my phone and started recording, just in case I wanted to prove to myself that there was nothing there, nothing to be afraid of. But as I panned the camera around the room, something caught my eye, something moving in the corner of the frame. I froze, my heart in my throat. There, in the shadowed corner of the room, I saw a faint figure. It wasn't clear, more of a shape than a person, but it was there, standing still, watching in me. I blinked and the figure was gone, like it had never been there at all. I quickly checked the video, my hands trembling. The corner was empty, nothing. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears as I replayed the footage, looking for something, anything that could explain what I had seen. But it was just a normal room, no figure, no movement. It was as if the figure had never existed and I had imagined it all, but I hadn't. I knew what I had seen. I couldn't stay in the room any longer. The air felt thick, oppressive, like something was closing in on me. I grabbed my things and rushed out of the room, locking the door behind me. I needed to get out of the house, needed to breathe in fresh air and clear my head, but as I stepped into the hallway, I heard it again. "Why are you leaving?" I spun around, but there was nothing at all. My body was shaking. Now the terror creeping up my spine like icy fingers. I couldn't understand it. I was alone. There was no one in the house, but I had heard that voice. I had felt it. I rushed down the stairs, not daring to look back and out the front door. I stood on the porch, my breath coming in ragged gasps, trying to setting myself. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the yard. I looked around, half expecting to see anyone, but there was no one. The neighborhood was quiet, as peaceful as it always had been. I stayed outside for hours, unable to bring myself to go back in. Eventually the darkness of night began to fall and I made the decision to call someone. My friend answered and I explained everything, though it sounded crazy, even to my own ears. I don't think they believed me, not entirely. I was sure they thought I was just overreacting, that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but I knew what I had heard. That night, I stayed at my friend's house, too afraid to return home. The entire time I felt that strange, persistent unease, as though the voice was still following me, still calling me. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just an overactive imagination, maybe the stress of living alone, but deep down I knew it was something more. I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was out there waiting for me. The next day I returned home, but I kept all the lights on and the doors locked. I stayed alert, constantly listening for any sound, any sign that I wasn't truly alone. But nothing happened. Days passed, and the strange occurrences stopped. The voice never called my name again. The house returned to its quiet, ordinary state, but every once in a while when I'm home alone, I hear something faint, distant, almost like a whisper. I can't quite make it out, but I always find myself listening, just in case, and I wonder if the voice will ever call my name again. Story 2 Bo. I woke up to the soft morning light filtering through the curtains, casting a warm glow across my room. The world outside was still quiet, with the faint sound of birds chirping in the distance. It felt like any other day until I noticed something unusual. The door to my bedroom was ajar, just a crack letting in a sliver of light from the hallway. That wasn't how I had left it. I always made sure to close the door fully before going to bed. I sat up in bed, my mind racing as I tried to recall if I had gotten up during the night. But no, I had been asleep the entire time, or at least that's what I thought. There was no memory of walking through the house or leaving the door open. I pushed the covers off and stood up, my feet meeting the cold wooden floor. Every step felt heavier than usual. As I approached the door, my mind filled with unease. As I opened the door further, my eyes scanned the hallway. It was empty, just like I expected it to be, but then I noticed something strange. The front door to the house was slightly ajar as well. I froze staring at it. I was sure I had locked it the night before. The thought of someone having been inside while I was asleep made my heart RCE. But there was no sign of a struggle, no sign that anyone had broken in. The house felt still, almost too still. I cautiously approached the front door, the floorboards creaking under my feet. The door was open just enough to let a small breeze in, but it wasn't wide enough to tell if someone had been outside. I took a deep breath and stepped closer, my hand hovering over the doorknob. I hesitated. The thought of opening it and finding someone standing on the other side made my pulse quicken, but I had to know. I turned the door knob slowly and pulled the door open wider. The morning sun flooded the porch, but there was no one in sight. The yard was empty, not a soul around. The air was still and there was no sign of anything having been disturbed. I stepped outside, looking around nervously. I checked the driveway, the mailbox in the street in front of my house. Nothing. It was as if no one had been there at all. I closed the door behind me and locked it once again, still trying to shake the feeling that something was off. I had lived in this house for years and nothing like this had ever happened before. The door being slightly open wasn't enough to jump to conclusions, but the fact that I hadn't heard or seen anything the night before was unsettling. I stood there for a moment thinking about what could have caused the door to be left open. Had I forgotten to lock it? Had someone tried to break in and decided not to follow through? I went back inside, double-checking every door and window to make sure they were securely closed. Everything seemed fine. Nothing had been disturbed and there were no signs of forced entry. Still, a lingering unease settled over me. It felt as if someone had been here just outside my door, watching me while I slept. But why hadn't they done anything? Why leave without a trace? I tried to push the thoughts from my mind and went about my day, but every time I passed the front door I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. I had locked it the night before. I was certain of it, but the open door told a different story. Maybe I was just being paranoid, maybe I had forgotten, but the ning feeling that someone had been here wouldn't go away. That night I locked every door and window with extra care. I even checked the locks twice, making sure everything was secure. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, trying to calm my racing thoughts. The house felt quiet, almost too quiet, as if it were holding its breath. The air seemed thick with the weight of the unknown. As the hours passed, sleep slowly began to claim me, but in the back of my mind the image of the slightly open door lingered. What had happened? Who had been here, and why didn't I hear anything? The next morning I woke up to the same feeling of unease, but everything seemed normal. The door was still locked and nothing had changed in the house, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened, something I couldn't quite explain. The house felt the same, but somehow it also felt different, slightly off, as if it were holding a secret. I tried to ignore it, but the mystery of the open door continued to weigh on me. It was a small thing, something that could easily be explained away, yet I couldn't help but feel that there was more to it than I could understand. Every time I closed my eyes I saw the door slightly ajar, the empty yard outside and the strange silence that had followed. The days went on, but the sense of unease never fully left me. I began locking the door multiple times before bed, checking it again and again to make sure it was secure. But no matter how many times I checked, the feeling that something wasn't quite right lingered in the back of my mind. It wasn't until weeks later that I discovered what but had happened. One evening, while cleaning out a drawer, I found a small old key hidden at the bottom. It was a key I didn't recognize and I couldn't remember ever seeing it before. It was small, with a rusted finish and looked like it belonged to something ancient. As I turned it over in my hand, a cold shiver ran down my spine. I hadn't thought about the door in a while, but now, holding the key, it all made sense. Someone had been here. Someone had used this key to enter my home and they left just as quietly as they came. But who had the key? And why had they left the door open? The answer would have to wait. But one thing was certain, I wasn't alone in this house and I hadn't been for a long time. Story 3. The knock at the door was loud, almost forceful, and when I answered it, there was no one in sight, just a small brown package sitting neatly on the porch as if it had been placed with intention. No return address, no markings, nothing to indicate where it had come from or why it was here. My heart skipped a beat as I bent down to pick it up. It was oddly light, almost too light for its size. The cardboard was weathered like it had been through something, but there were no signs of damage. I hesitated for a moment, but curiosity got the better of me. I took the package inside, setting it down on the kitchen table. My hand shook slightly as I untaped the edges. What could this possibly be? It didn't feel like something I had ordered, and I wasn't expecting anything from friends or family. As the tape peeled away, I found myself holding my breath. Inside the box was a doll, a small, intricately made doll with soft brown hair, a blue dress and eyes that seemed unnervingly familiar. My first thought was that it looked like me, but that was impossible. Right, I picked the doll up, carefully inspecting every detail. The hair was the same shade of brown, the eyes were the same color, and the dress it was the exact shade of blue I had worn to a party years ago. A shiver ran down my spine as I held it in my hands, turning it over to see if there was anything else inside the box. Nothing, no note, no explanation, just a doll. It felt too real to deliberate. As I sat there staring at the doll, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. It wasn't just that the doll resembled me. It was the way it felt like it was watching me almost alive. I thought about the time I had spent at that party, the way the blue dress had shimmered under the lights and how my friends had commented on how good I looked. But that night something had felt off. I had been having strange dreams for weeks leading up to it, dreams that made no sense, dreams about being watched, about seeing my own reflection move without me. I hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now, looking at the doll, the memories came rushing back. The strange sensation only grew stronger the more I stared at it. I placed the doll down on the table, but it didn't feel right. Leaving it there, I felt as if it was somehow out of place, like it didn't belong. It was almost like I could hear my heartbeat in my ears as I backed away from the table, but I couldn't take my eyes off of it. Something inside me told me to leave it alone, to not touch it again, but my curiosity, now mixed with dread, kept me rooted to the spot. Why had someone sent this to me? And who would know about that dress, about the time I wore it? It was too specific, too personal. The rest of the day passed with an air of unease hanging over me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that I had missed something important. The doll sat on the table, untouched. Its eyes fixed on me in a way that seemed to pierce right through me. Each time I passed by, I would glance at it, but it was like it was following me. When night fell, I couldn't bring myself to sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about the doll, the way it seemed to embody something I couldn't quite grasp. I decided to search my house for any clue that could explain how the doll had gotten here. I checked every corner of every room, looked through drawers, cupboards, anything that might have been out of place, but everything was just as I had left it. Nothing unusual, no sign that anyone had been here other than the doll. As I walked back to the kitchen, I glanced at the table. The doll was still there, but now something had changed. It wasn't where I had left it. The doll had moved. It was subtle but unmistakable. The arms had shifted slightly. The head was turned just a bit more to the right. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I hadn't touched it since I put it down, and no one else had been in the house. It couldn't have moved on its own. Could it? Panic rose in my chest. As I slowly approached the table, my heart racing what was going on. I grabbed the doll and held it tightly, as if doing so would somehow stop it from moving. My mind raced, trying to come up with some logical explanation, but there was none. This was real and it felt wrong. I set the doll back down, but now the question burned in my mind. Why me? What was the purpose of this doll? Who had sent it and what did they want? The longer I stared at it, the more the sense of dread built up inside me. There was something about it, something off that I couldn't shake. I stayed up late that night, not knowing what to do, unable to take my eyes off the doll. I couldn't explain it, but I felt as though the room was growing colder, as if the doll was draining the warmth from the air. Sleep didn't come easy, and when I finally drifted off, I had a dream about the doll. It was in my room, sitting on my bed, staring at me with those lifeless eyes. I woke up with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. The dream felt too real, too vivid. The next morning I woke up to find the doll still sitting on the table. Its eyes fixed on me once again, but this time it was different. The expression on its face had changed ever so slightly. It was almost as if it was smiling. A chill ran through me and I couldn't take it anymore. I knew I had to get rid of the doll. I didn't care where it came from or who sent it. I couldn't keep it in my house any longer. I took it outside and placed it in the trash, making sure it was buried under everything else. But even as I did it, the sense of unease didn't fade. It still felt like the doll was watching me, like it was somehow still a part of me following me. The feeling lingered for days, even after I thought I had gotten rid of it, and as the days passed, I couldn't help but wonder what if it wasn't over? What if the doll came back? Or, worse, what if it was still out there waiting for the right moment? I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't finished with me yet. Story 4. I checked my security footage to see a figure standing by my window watching me. My breath caught in my throat as I watched the grainy footage replay. The figure stood motionless just outside the window, staring in with an intensity that made my skin crawl. The camera didn't capture any details, no face, no clothing, just the vague outline of someone standing there, unmoving. The timestamp on the footage confirmed that the figure had been there for over an hour, yet I had no recollection of seeing anyone outside. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest as I replayed the footage, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure didn't move, didn't react to anything. It was as if they were waiting for something, waiting for me. I checked the other cameras around my house, but there was no sign of anyone else, just the one person standing by the window watching me. I had to remind myself to breathe, to steady my shaking hands, but the fear that gripped me wouldn't let go. I quickly glanced around the room, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. The silence in the house was deafening, but the unease continued to press on my chest. Whoever was outside my window knew something about me, something that we didn't understand. How could they have stayed there for so long without me noticing? How did they know where I lived? The questions swirled in my mind, but none of them brought me any closer to the answers I desperately needed. I grabbed my phone and texted a friend asking if they could come over. My mind raced imagining all the possible scenarios, but none of them made me feel safer. I couldn't stop thinking about the figure, about how they had been watching me. I didn't want to believe that someone had been in my yard for so long without me noticing, but the evidence was right there in front of me. I tried to distract myself by scrolling through the footage again, hoping that I would find something that made it all make sense, but there was nothing more. The figure remained standing still waiting. I thought about calling the police, but I hesitated. What could I tell them? That I saw someone standing outside my window for an hour without any reason. Would they even take me seriously? I couldn't risk looking foolish, but the fear gnawed at me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, as though my privacy had been violated in the worst way possible. The figure in the footage wasn't just someone casually walking by. They had been standing there purposefully waiting. I went to the window and slowly pulled back the curtains, trying to peer outside. The night was quiet, the street empty. I couldn't see anything, no sign of anyone being there, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still there just out of sight. I closed the curtains quickly, as if doing so would somehow protect me from whatever was lurking outside. The rational part of me told me it was probably just someone passing by, but the footage told a different story. Someone had been standing there watching me. I sat back down and rechecked the footage, hoping that somehow the figure would have moved or that I had missed something in my panic, but it was still the same. The figure stood motionless by the window, as though they were waiting for me to notice them. It was unnerving the way they just stood there, unblinking, as if they knew exactly what they were doing. I wondered if they had been watching me for longer than I realized, if this was part of something bigger, something more sinister. My phone buzzed with a message from my friend saying they were on their way. I was relieved, but the momentary sense of security didn't last long. I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, even though no one was there. The figure in the footage had made sure of that. I couldn't understand why someone would do this. Why would anyone just stand by a window and watch me for hours? Was I in danger? And if so, who was behind this? I glanced at the time. It had been well over an hour since I first saw the figure in the footage. My heart was still pounding, my hands still shaking. I kept thinking about the way they hadn't moved, hadn't reacted. The stillness of the figure was more terrifying than any movement could have been. It was like they were waiting for something, something I couldn't even begin to understand. I tried to rationalize it, to think of an explanation, but nothing made sense. The only certainty was that someone had been outside watching me. I felt a chill crawl up my spine as I realized that whoever it was might still be out there. My mind raced with possibilities, all of them terrifying. I couldn't ignore the feeling that they were still watching, that they were waiting for the right moment to make their move. My phone buzzed again and I glanced at the message my friend had arrived, but even that didn't bring me comfort. I didn't know what to do next. I didn't know how to protect myself from someone who was so close, someone who had managed to stay hidden right under my nose. I stood up and went to the door, checking the locks one last time. My thoughts were racing, but I felt a small measure of comfort in knowing that my friend was outside, ready to come in and keep me company. Still, the sense of dread lingered, and the image of the figure by my window remained burned into my mind. Whoever they were, they had been there for a reason, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still watching me, waiting for something. Story 5. I woke up with the strange feeling that something was off. My eyes fluttered open, and the first thing I noticed was the light streaming through the window, much brighter than usual. I turned my head to check the time, but something caught my attention. The layout of the room was wrong. I froze, unable to process what I was seeing at first. The furniture was in completely different places. The bed that I had clearly left against the wall was now centered in the middle of the room. My dresser, which had always stood to the left of the window, was now on the opposite side, under the wall mirror. I quickly pushed myself up into a sitting position, my heart racing. I looked around, trying to make sense of it all. The room looked familiar, but nothing was where it was supposed to be. The desk that I had left near the door was now against the far wall, and the small chair I kept next to it was turned the other way, facing the wall. I rubbed my eyes as if hoping that this was some kind of strange dream, but it was all still there. I hadn't moved anything, not a single item in the room, so how was this possible? A wave of panic crept up on me. I stood up and quickly walked over to the door, checking that it was locked. My phone was still on the nightstand, the same place I left it the night before. I picked it up hoping to find some kind of explanation, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No missed calls, no messages, just the silence of the room and a strange feeling that lingered in the air. I reached for the small lamp on my desk to turn it on, and the light flickered, casting eerie shadows against the walls. I began to examine the room more carefully, searching for any clue that could explain this bizarre situation. The carpet was the same, the walls were unchanged, but the rearranged furniture stood out like a glaring contradiction. I couldn't recall ever feeling this unsettled in my own space. The room felt foreign, as if someone else had lived here and made the changes while I was asleep. I tried to calm myself, to convince myself that I had simply been dreaming, but the evidence was right in front of me. I had been in this room countless times, and yet now it felt like I didn't belong here. I walked to the window, needing fresh air to clear my head. As I opened the window and took a deep breath, I caught a glimpse of something strange in the yard, below footprints in the grass leading up to the front door. My stomach dropped, the air outside was still and the footprints seemed fresh, like someone had walked up to my house just moments ago. My heart pounded in my chest as I pulled back from the window, the realization creeping in that something was wrong, that I wasn't alone. I turned back toward the room, trying to steady my nerves. Was it possible that someone had come in while I was sleeping? Had they rearranged my room as some kind of sick joke, or was there a deeper meaning behind it? I felt my throat tightened as I walked over to the bed, running my fingers over the sheets, still cool to the touch. There were no signs of struggle, nothing to suggest that anyone had been here, but the room, everything in this room, felt like it had been violated. I was starting to feel like I was losing my grip on reality, unsure of what was happening or why. I grabbed my phone again, frantically scrolling through my contacts, but there was no one I could reach out to. No one would believe that my room had been completely rearranged overnight. I was alone in this, and the weight of it was suffocating. As I stood there staring at the unfamiliar setup of my own space, a low creak echoed through the house. It came from upstairs. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I hadn't heard anyone coming through the front door, and the house was supposed to be empty. I slowly made my way out of the room, stepping lightly on the creaking floorboards, and started up the stairs. The hallway was dim and the house felt colder than usual. My footsteps echoed louder than I expected, making me feel even more exposed. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, wondering if I should check each room. The sound came again, soft but distinctive floorboard creaking upstairs. I was sure I had been alone when I went to bed, but now the house felt so much larger, like there was something lurking in its quiet corners waiting to be discovered. As I reached the top of the stairs, I noticed that the door to the attic was slightly ajar, something I knew for certain hadn't been the case when I went to bed. My breath quickened as I approached it. I had never been in the attic much, and the thought of going up there now sent a chill down my spine. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing the darkness beyond. The attic was empty, save for a few boxes and forgotten items covered in dust. But there was something unsettling about it. The faint smell of stale air and the feeling of being watched crept up on me. I backed away from the attic door, heart racing, and turned back toward the stairs. It was then that I noticed something that made my stomach churn, a faint scratch mark on the wall just beside the staircase. It was too high up to have been made by anything I could reach, and it looked fresh, as if someone had scraped something across the wall. Recently, the realization hit me hard. Someone had been here, someone had been in my house while I was sleeping, and now they were watching me. I ran back to my room, trying to shake off the growing sense of panic. I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it, then pressed my back against it, sliding down to sit on the floor. My mind raced with thoughts of what to do next. Who could have been here? What did they want, and, most importantly, why had they rearranged my room? My breathing was shallow and I couldn't stop shaking. I stared at the room once more, at the new arrangement of furniture, the same walls, but everything feeling different. Nothing felt like it belonged anymore, like it had been altered in some way. I couldn't comprehend. I reached for my phone again, but this time I couldn't bring myself to check it. I didn't want to see what messages might have been sent while I was asleep, or, worse, what I might have missed. I needed to stay in control to keep myself grounded, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized how little control I actually had. The day passed slowly, with no sign of anyone, no new clues, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in this house anymore. I couldn't explain it, but something had shifted, something had changed it. It wasn't just the room that felt different, it was everything. And as night fell once again, I found myself staring at the door, wondering if I would wake up tomorrow to find more things, rearranged, more signs that someone else was living here too. Story 6. The first thing I noticed when I woke up was the silence. It was a quiet morning, too quiet, the kind of stillness that felt unnatural. I glanced around my bedroom, everything just as it had been the night before, calm, undisturbed. Yet there was something off about the air, something I couldn't quite pinpoint. As I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my eyes fell on the window, and for a moment I thought I saw something outside. But when I looked again, there was nothing. I brushed off the feeling, trying to shake this strange sense of unease that lingered as I got ready for the day. I walked into the kitchen, starting to make coffee, the morning routine, comforting in its normality. It was the one thing that hadn't changed, and I needed something to anchor myself after the unsettling sense of being watched that had crept in over the past few days. I didn't know why it had started. It was as though the very walls of my house had turned into silent watchers, keeping me under their gaze. I chowed it up to stress, maybe too much time spent alone. Still, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that something was wrong, that I wasn't entirely alone. When I went to the front door to grab the mail, that's when I saw it, a note, hastily written, taped to the door with a strip of masking tape. I stared at it for a moment, my heart skipping a beat, as if the note itself was some sort of message was not ready to receive. I leaned in closer, squinting to read the words written on the piece of paper. "You're being watched." The words felt like a punch to the stomach, their simplicity making them all the more chilling. My pulse raced as I pulled the note off the door, my fingers trembling as I held it in my hands. How had it gotten there? I hadn't heard anyone approach, and there were no signs of forced entry. The house was quiet, and everything seemed to be just as it should. I looked around the porch, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but there was no one, just the emptiness of the street outside. The air seemed to grow colder, the silence deepening as I stood there trying to make sense of it. Who had left the note? And, more importantly, how did they know that? I felt like I was being watched. It was as if they had known exactly what I had been feeling over for the past few days, the creeping sensation that someone or something was always just behind me. I couldn't shake the thought that this note was a warning, an acknowledgement of my unease. And now it felt real, too real. I backed away from the door slowly, my mind racing with possibilities. Could it have been a prank, some neighbor playing a sick joke? But even as I tried to reason with myself, I knew deep down that this was different. I had seen no one. There had been no footsteps, no signs of anyone being here, just the note. The thought that someone had been outside my door watching me without my knowledge sent a chill up my spine. I stepped back inside, closing the door behind me with a click that echoed in the otherwise silent house. I stood there for a moment, the note still clutched in my hand, my mind struggling to understand what had just happened. Was I overreacting, or was this the beginning of something much more unsettling? The words seemed to hang in the air like a dark cloud, refusing to dissipate. "You're being watched." It wasn't a threat, it wasn't an accusation, it was simply a statement, but the weight of it was crushing, as if something unseen was lurking just beyond my reach, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I couldn't stay here. I needed to get out to clear my head, to distance myself from whatever was happening. I grabbed my coat and rushed out the door, the cold air hitting me like a slap in the face. As I walked down the street, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me lurking in the distance. But there was nothing, just the empty road and the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence. I didn't know how long I walked, lost in my thoughts, trying to make sense of the note and the feeling that had been growing inside me. Every shadow seemed to shift in the corners of my eyes. Every movement felt like a sign that I was being followed, but when I looked there was no one. I could feel the tension in my shoulders, the weight of the fear building up inside me. The note had been a warning, But a warning about what? After a while, I found myself standing in a park, the cool breeze rustling the leaves in the trees. I sat on a bench trying to calm myself, but the feeling of being watched never left. I kept my gaze forward, but the nagging sense that someone was observing me from the shadows made it impossible to relax. I pulled my coat tighter around me, my fingers still trembling from the shock of the note. Eventually I decided to head back home, though the walk felt longer than it should have. Each step was heavier, as if the weight of the note was following me, pressing down on my chest with every stride. I couldn't shake the thought that someone knew more than they should, that they were always one step ahead. When I reached my house, I hesitated before walking inside, feeling the familiar weight of the silence that greeted me. I was alone, or so I thought. The house felt different. Now, as though the walls themselves were watching, waiting for something to happen, I went to the living room and sat down, the quiet pressing in on me. I picked up the note again, reading the words over and over, hoping to find some clue that would explain it all. But there was nothing, no signature, no other hint, just those words. Suddenly I heard a noise of faint scraping sound, like something dragging across the floor. My heart skipped a beat and I jumped up, looking around the room. The sound had come from upstairs, from my bedroom. I slowly made my way to the stairs, my breath shallow. As I climbed the steps, my mind racing. The feeling of being watched had returned stronger than ever. I reached the top of the stairs and hesitated for a moment before pushing open the door to my bedroom. Nothing was out of place. Everything was just as I had left it, but the air felt thick, as though something was lingering in the room, something I couldn't see but could definitely feel. I walked inside cautiously, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. I moved to the window, pulling back the curtain to look outside, half expecting to see someone watching me from the yard. But there was no one, just the emptiness of the night. I felt a strange mixture of relief and fear, relief that there was no one there, but fear that whatever had been watching me was still out there, still waiting. I turned back to the room, the quiet settling over me once again, but the note remained, its message still echoing in my mind: "You're being watched." I couldn't escape the feeling that I was not alone in this house, that there was someone or something else here with me. I didn't know who had left the note or why they had written it, but the reality of it, the certainty that someone was out there watching, was impossible to ignore. As I sat there, my heart pounding in my chest, I realized that the worst part wasn't the note. It was the fact that I knew deep down that it wasn't just a threat. It was the truth. Story 7. I was sitting at my desk, staring blankly at my computer screen when the knock on the door jolted me from my thoughts. It was light, almost hesitant, like the person on the other side wasn't sure whether to interrupt my solitude. I stood up and walked over to the door, surprised to find no one there. But on the floor, just beneath the crack, was a plain white envelope. There were no markings, no return address, just my name, written in neat black ink. It felt odd, as if the letter had appeared out of nowhere, and I picked it up cautiously. Unsure of what to expect, I took it inside and set it on my desk, my hands trembling slightly as I ripped open the envelope. Inside there was a single sheet of paper, folded neatly in half. The paper was thick, almost like cardstock, and the handwriting was clean and precise. As though each letter had been carefully formed, I unfolded it slowly, my eyes scanning the first line. The letter began simply: "I know everything." A chill ran down my spine as I read the rest. The letter contained a list of personal details, things only I knew. It wasn't just vague information, but specific events, conversations, and experiences from my life, things I had never shared with anyone. The time I had lost my wallet, the park, the dream I had the night before my big job interview, the exact way I took my coffee every morning. It was all there, written in the same neat handwriting, item by item, as though someone had been watching me for far longer than I was comfortable with. I reread the letter, trying to make sense of it. Each sentence felt like a weight on my chest, suffocating me. The things listed were so detailed, so personal, that it was impossible for anyone but me to know them. No one else had ever witnessed those moments. No one else had been part of those private thoughts. And yet here it all was out before me in black ink. The sensation of being watched settled heavily over me, and I felt a wave of panic rise in my chest. I tried to tell myself it was a joke, a prank, maybe something meant to mess with me, but the more I thought about it, the more it felt wrong. The list wasn't just a random assortment of facts. It was a mirror of my life, reflecting things that I had never shared, things that no one could possibly know unless they had been right there with me, watching from the shadows. How had they gotten this information? Who was doing this to me? The fear and uncertainty made it hard to breathe, and I felt my pulse quicken. I looked at the envelope again, hoping for a clue, something that might tell me who had sent it, but there was nothing, no address, no sign of who could have written it. I glanced around my room, feeling as though the walls were closing in on me. I had to figure this out. I had to make sense of it. Before the fear took over completely, I grabbed my phone, dialing the number of my closest friend, desperate for reassurance. But the call went straight to voicemail. I left a message trying to keep my voice steady, but I could hear the crack in it. I think someone's been watching me. I don't know who, but they know things about me that no one should know. Please, I need help. The words felt absurd as I said them out loud, but the anxiety gnawing at me made it impossible to think straight. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I paced the room, unsure of what to do next. The letter lay on the desk, taunting me with its cold certainty. I opened the envelope again, studying it carefully, hoping that I had missed something. There had to be a clue, something I could use, but there was nothing. It was just me, the list, and the terrifying thought that someone knew more about me than I did. Hours passed, though it felt like only minutes, and I couldn't bring myself to leave the room. Every creak of the floorboards, every sound from outside made me jump. I kept glancing over my shoulder as if I expected someone to be standing there watching me, but no one was ever there. The silence was deafening, oppressive, and the letter seemed to mock me with its stillness. I tried to go about my day, to pretend that nothing had changed, but it was impossible. The list haunted me, each item on. It was a reminder that I was no longer in control of my own life. Whoever had sent the letter knew things about me that I hadn't even thought about in years. There were small things that I had completely forgotten. Yet here they were written down as though they had never left my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching me right now, that they were waiting for my next move. I spent the next few days on edge, constantly looking over my shoulder, checking the locks on the doors and glancing out the window at every passing car. The world felt different now, like I was living in someone else's version of my life. The letter had shattered the illusion of safety that I had once felt. The worst part was that I couldn't tell anyone about it. No one would understand, no one could possibly know how unsettling it felt to have someone out there who knew more about you than you did. Then, one evening, as I was preparing for bed, I heard a soft knock on my door. My heart skipped a beat and I froze. I hadn't been expecting anyone. My mind raced as I stood, still wondering if it was someone with answers, someone who could explain the letter and make this madness stop. I slowly walked toward the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. When I opened the door, I found nothing. No one stood there, but there was something new lying on the floor, another letter. My stomach dropped as I knelt down and picked it up, almost afraid to read it. I could feel my hands shaking as I opened it, my eyes scanning the words quickly. This letter was different. It was shorter, more to the point. It simply read, "I'm closer than you think." I felt my legs go weak and I had to lean against the door frame to keep myself from collapsing. I knew this wasn't over. Whoever was behind this was closer than ever, and they weren't done. Yet I couldn't escape. They were in my life and I had no idea how to stop it. The fear was consuming, but deep down I knew one thing for sure: I was never truly alone anymore. Story 8. I had just returned home after a long day, the kind of day that leaves you exhausted and looking forward to nothing more than a quiet evening. I threw my jacket over the back of a chair in the entryway and slumped onto the couch, already half drifting into the comfort of relaxation as I reached into my jacket pocket. Absent-minded, I felt something that didn't belong, a small metallic object. I pulled it out and looked at it closely, trying to make sense of it. It was an old-fashioned key worn around the edges with a smooth, heavy feel to it, the kind of key that might open a small door or a lock that you'd forgotten about in a drawer. But the problem was I hadn't been anywhere that day where I would have picked up a key. I hadn't even left the house. My mind raced trying to recall where the key could have come from had I somehow dropped it from my pocket without noticing. But I couldn't remember ever seeing a key like this before. It didn't match any of the locks in my house. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. How could a key end up in my pocket when I had been anywhere that day? I stood up and began pacing the room, the key still in my hand. The quiet, still air in the house felt oppressive. Now, as if something was lingering just out of sight, I ran my fingers over the key, trying to find any distinguishing marks, any clue that would explain its origin. But there was nothing. It was plain and simple, a key with no apparent purpose or explanation. I checked my pockets again, hoping to find some answer, but they were empty. No receipt, no note, nothing to suggest where the key might have come from. My phone buzzed on the coffee table and I jumped, startled by the sudden noise that broke the silence. I quickly grabbed it, hoping it would offer some kind of distraction from the strange feeling creeping through me. But the text was from an unknown number. The message was short, almost cryptic. "The key fits in the old room." My heart skipped a beat as I read the words. What old room? My house didn't have any old rooms that I knew of. I quickly checked the number, but it was blocked. The name showing is unknown. I felt the color drained from my face as the unease turned into something more tangible. The key, the message. There was a connection, but I couldn't figure out what it was. I thought about my house, every room, every corner, and yet nothing came to mind. I had lived here for years and there was no room that seemed out of place or hidden. I tried to push the thought away, telling myself it was just a prank, a bizarre coincidence, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than that. I walked to the back of the house, the key still in my hand, trying to act calm, as though I wasn't spiraling with fear inside. I checked the usual places, closets, drawers, even the attic, and found nothing unusual. But the further I searched, the more I realized there was something off. My house was too quiet too, still as though everything had been rearranged. Just enough to make me question my own perception. I found myself standing in front of the old wooden door in the basement. I hadn't thought about it in years. It had always been locked, but I had never felt the need to check what was behind it. There was a small rusty lock on the door, one that I had never bothered to replace. I reached out, my fingers trembling slightly, as I held the key up to the lock. It fit perfectly. The door creaked as I turned the key, the sound echoing through the empty hallway. I hesitated for a moment, staring at the door as if waiting for something to stop me, but nothing did. The door swung open, slowly revealing a narrow staircase that led down into the darkness. I could barely make out anything past the first few steps, the shadows swallowing up everything beyond them. I stepped forward, my breath shallow and quick, as though my body was fighting against the need to know what lay ahead. The air in the basement felt cold, a stark contrast to the warmth of the house above. I descended the stairs, my footsteps heavy in the silence, the only sound to creak of the old wood. Beneath my feet, at the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a small, dimly lit room. It was empty, save for a few old boxes stacked against one wall. Dust covered everything. The room seemingly untouched for years, but something about it felt wrong, like it had been waiting for me. I could feel my heart racing as I scanned the room, searching for any sign of what was going on. I moved toward the boxes, feeling a strange pull, as if they held the answers I was looking for. I reached for one, my hand shaking as I lifted the lid. Inside I found nothing but old yellowed papers and faded photographs. At first I thought they were just random things, but as I flipped through them, my stomach twisted. The photos were of me, or at least they looked like they could be. They were taken from angles I hadn't seen, from places I didn't recognize, some even showing moments I didn't remember. My mind reeled. How was this possible? Who was taking these photos and why did they look so familiar? I dropped the box, my hands trembling uncontrollably. Now, as I backed away from the pile of old memories, there was something deeply wrong with what I had found, and I couldn't process it all. At once I turned and rushed back up the stairs, slamming the door behind me. I stood in the hallway trying to catch my breath, but everything felt suffocating. The key, the message, the photos, they all pointed to something I wasn't ready to face. I tried to make sense of it, tried to tell myself that it was all some twisted joke, but the truth was too clear. Now, someone had been in my life, in my house, watching me, taking photos, waiting for me to find whatever secret they had hidden. I wanted to throw the key away to forget everything I had uncovered, but deep down I knew that I couldn't. The door was open now, and I had to know what was behind it. Story 9. I froze, staring at the screen of my phone, unable to look away. The footage was grainy, but there was no mistaking what I was seeing someone dressed in dark clothing slowly walking around the outside of my house in the middle of the night. My heart began to race, a knot forming in my stomach. The timestamp on the video said it was just past 3 a.m. My mind was racing. Who would be out there? Why would they be walking around my house at this hour? I tried to steady my breathing, but it was hard. It felt like the walls were closing in on me. I had no idea who this person was or why they were there. I zoomed in on the video trying to get a better look at their face, but the darkness in the camera's poor quality made it impossible. All I could see was the silhouette of someone moving slowly, almost deliberately, around my house. The feeling of being watched, of being vulnerable, gnawed at me. I checked the door to make sure it was locked again, even though I had already done so. Before going to bed, I needed to make sure everything was secure. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Was this someone I knew? Did they mean me harm, or were they just lost? There was no way to tell from the video. I kept replaying it, but the answers didn't come. I checked the time once more, 3:15 a.m. I knew I couldn't just sit here. I had to do something, but what? I didn't want to panic, but the feeling of dread was overwhelming. If this person was here for a reason, I needed to know why. I considered calling the police, but then I hesitated. What if it was just a mistake, someone who had no ill intentions? Maybe I was overreacting. I stared at the footage again, trying to make sense of it. The figure walked around the back of the house, lingering for a moment before disappearing from view. I could feel the tension in my chest tightening as I thought about what they might be doing back there. I checked the footage again to see if anything had changed. The figure was still walking around the back of the house, but now they had stopped near the side. I couldn't see exactly where they were or what they were doing, but I had a bad feeling. I couldn't just sit here and wait for something to happen. I grabbed my phone and quickly dialed the number for the local authorities, my fingers trembling as I pressed the buttons. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity, but eventually a voice answered. 911. What's your emergency? I hesitated for a moment before speaking. I think someone is outside my house. They've been walking around for a while and I'm really scared. The operator asked me for my address and a few more details. I gave them everything I could, trying to keep my voice steady. As I described the situation, the operator told me they would send someone out right away and to stay inside, lock the doors and not approach the person outside. I agreed, though my mind was racing. The waiting felt unbearable. What if something happened before help arrived? What if they were already inside? I checked the footage again, hoping to see something that would give me a clue as to who this person was or what they were doing, but all I could see was the shadowy figure moving silently around the house. They had stopped at the back door, now standing still for what felt like forever. My eyes were glued to the screen and I felt like I couldn't look away, even though every part of me was screaming to run to hide after what felt like an eternity. I heard the sound of sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The figure on the screen began to move again, walking towards the front of the house. I had no idea where they were going, but I wasn't going to wait to find out. I grabbed my phone and quickly texted a friend telling them what was happening and asking them to stay on the line with me. I wasn't sure why, but it made me feel slightly safer to know that someone was there, even if they couldn't physically help me. Then suddenly the figure stopped. They were standing in front of my front door, just outside the view of the camera. I felt my heart stop. Were they going to knock? Were they trying to get in? I quickly checked the locks on my door again, double-checked the windows and looked around the room to make sure nothing had been disturbed. I felt like I was suffocating in my own house. Everything seemed so quiet, too quiet. The sirens grew louder and I let out of breath. I hadn't realized I was holding. Within moments I heard a knock at my door, sharp, firm. My entire body tensed. I didn't know if I should open it or not. The knock came again, and then a voice from the other side of the door, muffled but distinct: "Police, open up." I rushed to the door and unlocked it, swinging it open to find two officers standing there, their flashlights shining in the dark. They quickly asked if I was all right and if anyone had been inside. I nodded, still shaken, as I explained what had happened, showing them the footage on my phone. The officers exchanged a look before one of them asked, "Did you see the person leave?" I checked the camera feed again, but the figure was no longer visible. They had vanished. My heart sank. The officers told me they would check the perimeter of the house to make sure everything was secure. They reassured me that they would keep an eye on things and advised me to stay alert. As they walked around the house, I couldn't help but wonder who that person was and why they had been so determined to make their presence known. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been left unfinished, despite the officer assurances that everything was fine. I couldn't ignore the unsettling thought that this person had been close, too close, and I had no idea if they'd be back. It wasn't until weeks later, when I was cleaning out the attic, that I found something odd: a small weathered envelope hidden behind some old boxes. Inside there was a note that simply read, "I'll be watching story 10. I woke up in the middle of the night to a faint, scratching sound, almost like nails against glass. At first I thought it was just a dream, a fragment of some unsettling thought creeping through my sleep. But the sound was so persistent it pulled me from the fog of my dreams. My heart rate quickened and I blinked in the dark, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. I sat up in bed, my eyes adjusting to the dim light coming through the curtains. The scratching continued, rhythmic sound that seemed to come from just outside my window. I held my breath, straining to hear if it was something outside or just my imagination. I reached over and grabbed my phone from the nightstand, its glow illuminating the darkened room. The sound persisted, unmistakable and unsettling. Slowly I swung my legs off the bed, feeling the cold floor beneath my feet. My mind raced, the scenarios of what could be causing the noise flashing through my thoughts. Was it an animal, a branch brushing against the glass, or was there something or someone outside? My breathing grew shallow as I walked towards the window, every step amplifying the dread building in my chest. When I reached the window, I hesitated, my hand hovering just above the blinds. The scratching had stopped, but I wasn't sure if it was just my nerves playing tricks on me. I held my breath again, pressing my ear against the cool glass silence. The only sound was the faint rustle of the wind outside. I slowly pulled the blinds up, expecting to see nothing more than the dark, empty yard. But the yard was empty. There was nothing there, no one, just the moonlight casting long shadows across the grass, nothing out of the ordinary. I stood there for a moment, my mind reeling with confusion. Had I imagined it? Maybe it had been the wind after all, or a tree branch scraping against the window. I exhaled, slowly trying to calm my nerves, but then I saw it, a single mark on the glass. It wasn't a scratch, but a smudge, like something had been pressed against the window from the outside. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it, unsure of what to think. The mark was faint, but it was unmistakable. Someone or something had been there. The fear surged back stronger this time as the realization set in that the scratching sound hadn't been a trick of my mind. I took a step back, my hands shaking as I grabbed the phone, again checking the time: 3:17 a.m. The house was still and silent, too silent. I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that it was just some random, innocent explanation, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Something was off, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I stepped away from the window, my heart pounding in my chest. The house felt colder. Now, the silence pressing down on me like a weight, I went back to bed, pulling the covers over me, but sleep didn't come. I kept glancing at the window, waiting for the next sound, the next sign that I was being watched. I couldn't escape the feeling of eyes on me, as if someone or something was out there waiting. The night stretched on, and when morning finally came, I got up and checked the window again. The mark was still there, though faint, but there was no sign of anyone outside. I tried to convince myself that it was just a weird, inexplicable moment, that maybe it was the result of some environmental factor I hadn't noticed. I tried to focus on the mundane tasks of the day: getting dressed, making breakfast, going to work, but the unease lingered, gnawing at me from the back of my mind that evening. I came home late, feeling more drained than usual. The day had been long and exhausting, and all I wanted was a quiet night at home. But as I stepped inside, I was struck by an unsettling sensation. The house felt different, like something had changed, something I couldn't quite place. I walked into the living room and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up there in the dim light. I saw something that made my blood run cold. The blinds on the window were open. I distinctly remembered closing them before I left, but now they were wide open. My pulse quickened and I hurried to the window, my hands trembling as I pulled the blinds shut. I glanced outside, but there was nothing there. No one, just the empty yard. I didn't know what to make of it. I couldn't explain how the blinds had been opened or who had done it. My mind raced, jumping from one theory to another. Had someone broken in? Had someone been inside? While I was gone, the thought made my stomach turn. I checked the locks on the windows and doors, but everything seemed secure. Still, the sense of dread grew stronger with each passing minute. I spent the rest of the evening on edge, jumping at every sound, even the smallest creak of the floorboards. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I passed a window, I half expected to see someone standing there staring in at me, but there was nothing except the growing sense that I was being pulled deeper into something I couldn't understand. That night, as I lay in bed, I tried to push the thoughts out of my mind, but they kept coming back. The scratching, the mark on the window, the blinds being opened. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, my thoughts running in circles, and then, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it again, the scratching. It was faint at first, but unmistakable. It was coming from the window again. I shot up in bed, my heart hammering in my chest. The scratching sound grew louder, more insistent. I didn't dare move, didn't dare look. I was frozen, my mind screaming at me to run, but I couldn't make my body obey. The scratching continued for what felt like an eternity until finally it stopped. Silence, complete silence. I waited, holding my breath, straining to hear any sound that might follow, but there was nothing. The house was still. I slowly turned my head toward the window, my body stiff with fear. There was no mark this time, no sign of anyone, just the darkened glass. I didn't wait any longer. I grabbed my phone and called the police. I explained everything, the scratching, the mark, the blinds, and how I felt like someone had been in my house. They promised to send someone over to investigate. They arrived quickly, but by the time they searched the house there was no sign of forced entry or any evidence that anyone had been inside. They couldn't explain the noises, the marks, or the strange sense of being watched. It wasn't long before they left their questions unanswered and my anxiety still growing. As they drove away, I stood in the doorway, staring out into the darkness. The scratching had stopped, but I knew deep down that it wasn't over. The fear still lingered just beneath the surface, as though the next night might bring more scratching, more signs that I was not alone. But as the days went on, the fear began to fade. I started to feel like I had imagined it, like my mind had played tricks on me. But I never forgot the scratching sound, the cold mark on the window, or the feeling of being watched. And one night, when I was walking through the house, I glanced toward the window, half expecting to see something there. But all I saw was the reflection of myself standing in the dark, staring back at me. Story 11. I found my car parked on the street. Even though I had parked it in my garage, I had made sure to lock it before I went inside, making it a point to remember that small detail. It wasn't like me to forget, especially after a long day. So seeing it sitting there on the curb instead of tucked safely away inside felt off. My mind raced as I stood there on the porch staring at the vehicle. Had I parked it there and just forgotten? No, I was certain I hadn't. I walked down the steps, every step feeling heavier than the last. I approached the car, slowly, my gaze scanning the empty street around me. There were no other cars in sight, no signs of anything out of place, except for my car, which shouldn't have been there. I touched the door handle and the cool metal beneath my fingers made me jump. It was locked just like I had left it. My heart thudded in my chest and I began to feel a creeping sense of unease. Had someone taken it and then returned it? It didn't make sense. The car was untouched. Nothing seemed disturbed. I checked inside, half expecting to find something that might explain what was going on, but the interior was just as I had left it. The seats were still in their usual position, the clutter on the passenger seat untouched. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, except for the overwhelming feeling of something being wrong. I looked up and down the street once more, expecting to see someone watching, waiting, but the sidewalk was empty. The neighborhood, it was quiet, too quiet. I pulled my phone from my pocket, dialing the number of a friend. They picked up immediately and I explained what had happened, though I couldn't even fully explain it myself. I felt ridiculous talking about my car being moved without anyone touching it, but I needed to talk to someone. They tried to reassure me, telling me it was probably just a mistake or something I had forgotten, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. They agreed to come over just in case I needed company, and I hung up. While I waited, I paced around the yard, keeping a close eye on the car. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to see, but part of me thought something might happen. Maybe the person who had moved it would come back. The minutes seemed to stretch on forever. I couldn't help but wonder, if someone had taken my car, why would they return it? It didn't add up. When my friend arrived, they immediately noticed the car too. They took a few moments to inspect it, offering a few suggestions. Maybe I had accidentally parked it there. I shook my head. It didn't feel like a simple mistake. It wasn't the kind of thing I would forget, especially not after double-checking. My friends seemed to understand the unease in my voice, but they couldn't offer an explanation either. We decided to check the garage again. I felt silly as we approached the door, half expecting to find the car there, right where I'd left it. But when I opened the door, I found that the garage was empty. The spot where my car had been was now just an open space, bare and silent. I closed the door slowly, my mind reeling. The car had been there. I was sure of it. The garage had been locked, but now it felt like it had been disturbed, like someone had opened it without me knowing. I felt my stomach twist into knots as I turned back to the street. My car was still there, sitting innocently on the curb. My friend looked at me, concern in their eyes. It wasn't just the fact that the car had moved. It was the overwhelming sense of wrongness, the feeling that someone or something was watching, waiting for me to notice. We stood there for a long moment, the silence between us heavy. We decided to check the security cameras around my house, hoping they might offer some answers. The footage was grainy, but it confirmed that my car had been in the garage earlier that morning, parked exactly where I had left it. But as we watched the footage further, there was a gap, a moment of static where the camera feed had cut out for just a few minutes. It was just enough time for someone to have moved the car. But who and how had they done it without triggering the security system? I felt a cold sweat form on the back of my neck as the implications started to settle in. This wasn't a simple mistake. Someone had been in my house, had been in my garage and had moved my car. But why? What was the purpose of it? There was no note, no message, no sign of forced entry. It was as if whoever had done it knew exactly how to avoid detection, how to slip in and out unnoticed. I called the police, though I knew there wasn't much they could do. When they arrived, they took a report and examined the garage in the street, but there was little to go on. They checked the area for any signs of footprints or disturbances, but everything looked normal. They told me it was probably a prank, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more. A prank didn't explain the security footage, didn't explain the strange sense of being watched that night. I couldn't sleep. Every little noise outside made me jump, and I kept imagining someone standing just outside my window waiting for me to notice. My mind kept going back to the gap in the security footage, to the fact that my car had been moved and the fact that no one could explain how I tried to distract myself. But the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just out of sight, kept creeping up on me. In the morning I found the car again, still parked where it shouldn't have been, but this time something was different. There was a note on the windshield, a simple piece of paper with nothing written on it. I felt my heart race as I unfolded it, but there was nothing there, no message, no clue, just a blank sheet of paper. I checked the cameras again, but the footage was gone. The static had returned, erasing all the evidence I had hoped would explain the strange occurrences. The house felt empty, quieter than usual, and the sense of unease grew stronger with each passing hour. I couldn't escape the feeling that someone had been there, that someone was still watching. As the days passed, the car stayed where it was and nothing more happened. The strange feeling eventually faded, but I couldn't shake the thought that I was being watched, that there was something I had missed, something I wasn't meant to understand. It was as if whatever had happened that day was only the beginning. I never found out who moved my car or why I never received another note, and nothing out of the ordinary ever happened again. But I couldn't help but feel that something was lurking just beyond my reach, waiting for the next time. I let my guard down. Story 12. I had just woken up groggy from a restless night and reached for my phone, eager to check the time and any messages I might have missed. The screen lit up and I noticed a new message notification. It was strange, though the sender was someone I didn't recognize. The name wasn't familiar at all, and the message preview seemed almost too familiar. It was about my daily routine, every little detail. When I woke up, what time I usually left for work, even the coffee shop I frequented, I swiped to open the message, my heart pounding in my chest. How did this person know all of this? The conversation was long, stretching back a few weeks. Each message seemed to be written in real time, as if they had been following me, tracking my every move. I scrolled down, my fingers trembling, and read through the messages. They seemed oddly nonchalant, as though the person had been casually observing my life. There were notes about the times I went to the gym, the route I took to work, the hours I spent on certain projects. They knew everything. I tried to focus, to understand what was going on. Maybe it was a mistake, maybe a friend had been messing around with me. But the longer I read, the more I realized that this wasn't a prank. There were no inside jokes, no hints that it was someone I knew. This person seemed to know my routine better than I did. They even mentioned how I had recently changed my schedule because of some new work commitments. The details were too specific, too accurate. My hands felt clammy as I scanned through the entire thread. The conversation wasn't one-sided. The messages were all directed at me, as though the sender knew exactly what they were doing. There were even replies, responses from me. Yet I couldn't remember ever responding to any of these messages. I was sure of it. I had never seen this number before, never communicated with this person. So how had they gotten all this information, and why was I so sure that this wasn't some kind of misunderstanding? I opened up my contact list and searched for the number. It wasn't saved, and when I tried to search for the area code or any identifying markers, nothing came up. There were no clues, no explanations. I felt like I was losing control over my own life. It was as though someone had access to my every movement, my every choice. My daily routine wasn't mine anymore. It was theirs to observe, to track, to know. I felt exposed, vulnerable, as if I were being watched from somewhere close by. I immediately checked my other apps, my bank account, my emails, anything that might give me a sign of what was going on. Everything seemed fine, secure, no unusual activity. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. My phone felt like a lifeline, and yet in that moment it felt like a trap. I called a friend hoping they could offer some clarity, some reassurance, but when I tried to explain the situation, I couldn't quite put into words how strange everything felt. They brushed it off as a glitch or a spam message, something that happens occasionally. But deep down I knew this wasn't normal. This was different. This person knew too much, and they were actively tracking me. I spent the next few days trying to go about my life, as usual, but it was impossible to ignore the nagging feeling in the back of my mind. Every time I checked my phone, I half expected another message. I felt paranoid, constantly looking over my shoulder, convinced that someone was watching me. I checked the locks on my doors more than once, made sure all the windows were closed tightly, but still I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in my space. Had they been watching me without me knowing? Or was it all in my head? I decided to change all my passwords, enable two-factor authentication on my accounts, and take extra precautions with my online security. Still, the unease lingered. I couldn't stop thinking about the messages and what they implied. Who was this person? What did they want? Why had they targeted me? There was no easy answer, and the more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. Then, one evening, as I was about to go to bed, I received another message. My heart skipped a beat as I unlocked my phone, dreading what I would see next. The message was short but chilling. "Are you going to keep pretending you don't know me?" I stared at the screen, frozen. My mind raced. Had I missed something? Had I known this person all along and just forgotten? Or had they really been watching me for this long without me noticing? I couldn't be sure, but it was starting to feel like there was no escape from this. The next few days felt like a blur. I continued to check the messages, but the sender was silent. The more time passed, the more I wondered if they had just disappeared, if they had gotten bored and moved on. But then the message would pop up again. Each time the sense of dread grew. I tried to block the number, but new ones would appear, all with the same unsettling messages. It was like a game, one that I couldn't win. I began to question everything. I thought back to the odd events in my life, things that I had dismissed as coincidence or forgetfulness, the way my routine had changed over the past few months, the small adjustments I made without thinking. Had someone been influencing me? Had I been unknowingly following their script? It felt like a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from, a reality slowly slipping away from me. Days turned into weeks and I found myself unable to relax. The messages never stopped, each one more cryptic and unsettling than the last. But just as I was about to give in to the fear, I received a final message that stopped my heart. "Why do you keep ignoring me? I'm right here always." I looked at the message trembling and glanced around the room. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. That was when I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible knock at the window. Story 13. I wasn't expecting any packages that day. The mail had already come and there hadn't been anything unusual in it. So when I saw the small nondescript box sitting on my doorstep, my heart skipped a beat. There was no label, no return address, just a plain brown package that seemed completely out of place. I stood there for a moment, debating whether I should pick it up or just walk away, but my curiosity got the best of me. I bent down, grabbed the box and brought it inside. As I closed the door behind me, I noticed how silent the house was. The kind of silence that makes you feel like you're being watched. I shook it off, telling myself it was just the quiet of an empty house. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I set the box on the kitchen table and stared at it for a few seconds. It was light, almost too light. I could feel the tension building in my chest as I grabbed a knife to cut through the tape. The anticipation of what was inside I felt almost unbearable. When I opened the box, I saw a single photograph resting on top of some crumpled paper. I reached for it, my fingers trembling as I picked it up. At first it seemed like an ordinary picture, but when I looked closer I felt a cold wave of panic wash over me. It was a picture of me from my last vacation, a vacation that no one else had been on, a vacation where I had gone alone, taking time to relax and escape from the hustle of everyday life. The photograph was taken from a distance, a candid shot of me walking down a street I recognized immediately. The vibrant colors of the city's architecture were unmistakable. But what unnerved me wasn't just the photo itself. It was the fact that I didn't remember anyone taking it. I was alone that day. There had been no one else around. I had taken the picture myself earlier, but I had never seen this particular angle before. It was as if someone had been following me, watching me from afar. I turned the photo over, hoping to find a clue, some kind of note or explanation, but there was nothing, just the plain back of the photograph, untouched and unmarked. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing, who would send this to me and why. My stomach churned as I considered the possibility that someone had been watching me, not just on that vacation, but perhaps even before that. I didn't know how to react. Part of me wanted to call the police to tell them about the package, the photograph, the fact that someone had been following me without my knowledge. But what could I say? That I had received a picture of myself from a trip I had taken months ago with no explanation. It sounded insane. I decided to keep the photograph with me, thinking I might find some clue, something that would help me understand why this was happening. The next few days were filled with anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. Every time I walked outside, I felt like I was being followed, though I never saw anyone. It was as if the photograph had opened a door to something I couldn't quite comprehend. I kept looking over my shoulder, checking my surroundings, always expecting to see someone lurking in the distance, but no one ever was. I couldn't stop thinking about that photograph. It haunted me more and more with each passing day. I pulled out my camera and started looking through the photos from that vacation, trying to remember if there had been any other shots like the one in the package, but I found nothing. There were plenty of pictures of me enjoying the sights of me standing in front of landmarks, but none of them had the same angle, the same perspective as the one in the mysterious package. As the days turned into weeks, I started to wonder if I was going crazy. The anxiety and fear that had been building inside me seemed to grow worse with each passing day. I couldn't trust myself anymore. Was I forgetting something? Had I seen someone on that trip, someone who had been following me without my knowledge? Or was this some kind of sick joke? I decided to go back to the place where the photo had been taken to retrace my steps and see if anything had changed. Maybe I would recognize something, maybe I would remember something that could explain why this was happening. I packed my bag and flew back to the city, feeling a mix of dread and determination. When I arrived, the place felt oddly familiar, but there was something different about it. The streets were the same, the buildings were the same, but it felt like I was seeing everything through a different lens. I walked the same path I had taken that day, trying to recall every detail, and then, as I reached the spot where the photo had been taken, I saw it, a small inconspicuous camera mounted on a light pole, hidden in plain sight. My heart stopped. I stared at the camera, unable to look away. It was the kind of camera that blended in with its surroundings, the kind that could easily go unnoticed by anyone walking by. I hadn't seen it when I was there. Of course, I had been too caught up in the sights, too focused on the vacation itself, but now, seeing it for the first time, it was impossible to ignore. Someone had been watching me. Someone had been watching me the whole time, capturing every moment of my vacation without me even knowing. I couldn't believe it. The realization hit me like a punch to the stomach. The person who had sent me the photograph had been watching me for much longer than I had realized. They knew everything about my trip, everything I had done. The panic I had felt when I first saw the photograph was nothing compared to what I felt now. I wasn't just being followed. I had been watched for months, but just as I stood there, frozen in disbelief, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I spun around, but no one was there. The streets were empty, and for a moment I wondered if my mind was playing tricks on me, but then I heard a voice, faint but clear, whispering in my ear, "You're not alone on." I turned again, but still there was no one in sight. I backed away, my heart racing, my breath coming in shallow gasps, the fear, the confusion, the sense of being completely and utterly trapped. It was all too much. I didn't know who was watching me or why they had chosen me, but one thing was clear: I couldn't escape it. The feeling that I was being followed, that I was being watched, was never going to go away. I ran back to my hotel, locked the door and pulled the blinds, but I knew deep down that it wasn't over. Whoever had sent that photograph, whoever had been watching me was still out there, and I had no idea how far they would go. To make sure I knew they were watching Story 14, I found a note on my desk that simply said, "I know your secret." The words seemed to stare at me, burned into the paper, daring me to confront whatever it was that had been uncovered. My heart skipped a beat as my eyes scanned the note again, looking for something. Anything that would tell me who had left it, why it was there, or what secret they were talking about. But there was nothing else, just that single chilling message. I ran my fingers over the paper trying to make sense of it, but no matter how hard I tried, nothing made sense. I thought back to everything that had happened over the last few days. Had I said something to someone that could have led to this? Was there something in my past? I had forgotten something that had come back to haunt me. My mind raced, replaying every conversation, every interaction, trying to pinpoint anything that could explain the note, but I couldn't think of a thing. Nothing came to mind. The fear started to creep in, a cold, crawling sensation that spread throughout my body. What secret could they possibly know, and how did they find out? I sat there staring at the note for what felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. The longer I looked at it, the more my mind spiraled. What if this was some kind of threat? What if someone had been watching me, listening to my conversations, digging into my past? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted, exposed. The no felt like the first warning in a series of things to come, each one worse than the last. I picked up my phone hoping to text someone to tell them what had happened, but my fingers hovered over the screen. Who could I trust? Who would believe me if I said someone knew my secret, but I had no idea who they were or what they wanted? The fear was overwhelming. I set the phone back down on the desk and stood up, pacing back and forth in the room. I needed answers, but I didn't know where to start. How do you track down someone who knows something about you but has left nothing but a cryptic note behind? My mind kept circling back to the secret. The note had said it like it was something obvious, something well known, but I couldn't remember what it was. I racked my brain trying to think of anything that might qualify as a secret. Had I told someone something personal? Had I done something I wasn't supposed to? The possibilities were endless and none of them made me feel any better. I sat back down at my desk, the note still staring at me. I turned it over hoping to find something more, anything that would explain what was happening. But there was nothing. No clue, no signature, no hint at all. Just those 4 words hanging in the air like a heavy weight that I couldn't shake. I felt a knot form in my stomach as I thought about the implications. What did they want? What were they planning to do with whatever they knew? My mind jumped from one worst-case scenario to the next, each more terrifying than the last. I stood up again, pacing the room, unable to sit still. I felt like I was trapped in my own mind, unable to escape the fear and confusion that had settled over me. Every little sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide someone lurking just out of sight. It was as if the world had suddenly become a dangerous place where nothing was safe and no one could be trusted. The note had shattered the illusion of security I had once felt. Now I was exposed, vulnerable. I looked around the room, half expecting to see someone standing in the corner watching me, but there was no one there. The room was still silent. I thought about the people closest to me, family, friends. Could it have been one of them? Had someone close to me discovered something they weren't supposed to know? The thought made my stomach turn. I couldn't imagine anyone in my life doing something like this, leaving me with a note that would unsettle me to my core. My mind kept coming back to one question: what secret did they know? I could think of nothing that fit. There was no dark past, no hidden life I was living. I had no major secrets to hide, no skeletons in the closet. At least I thought I didn't. But now, as the fear lingered, I began to doubt everything I had believed about myself. What if I was wrong? What if there was something I had overlooked, something buried deep inside me that had finally been discovered? I went to my window and looked outside, scanning the yard in the street. It was quiet, as it always was, but tonight it felt different. Tonight it felt like something was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone knew more than they should about me. The note wasn't just a warning. It was a sign that I wasn't as safe as I thought. I picked up the note again, staring at it as if hoping it would reveal something more if I looked hard enough. But there was nothing, no clue as to who had left it or what they wanted. It was just a note, simple and to the point, but it carried with it an weight I couldn't shake. What secret had I been keeping without realizing it, and what was going to happen now that it had been exposed? I knew I needed to do something, but I didn't know what. I couldn't just ignore it and hope it went away. Whoever had left that note knew something, and they weren't going to stop until they got what they wanted. I needed to figure out who was behind it before it was too late. But how do you track down someone who knows your secret without even saying what it is? I sat back down at my desk and stared at the note once more. The words seemed to mock me, to remind me that I wasn't in control anymore. The note had taken everything I knew and turned it upside down. I was no longer the one in charge of my life. Someone else was someone who knew something I didn't even realize was a secret, and now all I could do was wait. Wait to find out who they were, wait to find out what they wanted, wait to find out if the secret they knew was truly as dangerous as I feared. The note had started, something I couldn't undo, and now I had to face whatever came next. Story 15. I felt a lump form in my throat as I sat down at my desk, my hands trembling slightly. The house was eerily quiet, too quiet, and every little sound seemed amplified. I had already locked all the doors and checked every window, but something still didn't feel right. My mind kept going back to the strange feeling I had been having since waking up, the feeling that something was off, the rearranged room, the whispers of an unfamiliar presence. It was all too much to ignore. That's when I remembered the security cameras. I reached for my phone, tapping the app that controlled the cameras around my house. It connected quickly and I accessed the footage from the past few days. My eyes scanned the screen, expecting to find something, anything that could explain what had been happening. I started with the front door, figuring that's where I might find a clue. The footage was clear, crisp, and I let out a sigh of relief, hoping for something ordinary. But that's not what I found. The first thing I saw was a figure standing in my front door, perfectly still, almost unnervingly so. The tim stamp on the footage showed it was late at night, hours after I had gone to bed. The person stood there for what seemed like an eternity, staring in through the glass. Their face was obscured by the shadows, but I could still make out the outline of their figure, tall and slightly hunched, as if they were trying to hide themselves from view. I felt my heart skip a beat. I fast-forwarded the footage, but the figure didn't move. They stood there silent and still for hours. The minutes ticked by on the screen and I couldn't tear my eyes away. I saw myself in the footage moving inside, oblivious to the stranger outside. I watched as I walked past the door, never noticing the person standing just inches away, hidden in the dark. They didn't make a sound, they didn't knock or try to enter. They just watched. I couldn't look away, the horror of it sinking deeper into my bones. With each passing moment, as I scrolled through the footage, trying to find more clues, I noticed something else. The person didn't just stay there for a few hours. They came back the next night too. Again, I saw them standing at my door watching me from the outside, their eyes locked on the glass. There was something disturbing about the way they stood, like they had all the time in the world and no intention of leaving. It was as if they were waiting for me to do something. But what? Why were they just watching me? I felt a chill creep down my spine as I continued watching the footage. The hours blurred together and the figure remained at the door, coming back night after night. Each time they stood a little longer, as if growing bolder, more comfortable in their vigil. I tried to convince myself that it was just some harmless person, maybe a passer by, someone who had no ill intentions. But I knew deep down that this wasn't normal. Who stands at someone's door for hours at a time without any reason? My thoughts were interrupted when I noticed something strange in the latest footage. Just as I was about to shut off the camera feed, I saw a new detail, something I hadn't seen before. As the person stood there staring into my home, their face came into view for a brief moment. It was just a flash, but it was enough to send a shockwave through me. The face was pale, almost ghostly, with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce right through the camera. Their lips were slightly parted, as if they were about to say something, but there was no sound, just an unsettling, eerie silence. I froze, unable to breathe as I stared at the image on my screen. I quickly shut off the app and pushed the phone away from me, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. How could someone have been outside for so long without me knowing? How could they have been standing there so close without making a single sound? I needed to get some answers, but I didn't know where to start. I stood up, pacing around the room, trying to gather my thoughts. My mind raced with a million questions. Who was this person? What did they want and why were they watching me? I felt a surge of panic building up inside me, threatening to overtake my sense of reason. I had to do something. I had to figure out what was going on, before it was too late. I grabbed my coat and quickly headed for the front door. I was determined to confront whoever had been lurking outside to put an end to this madness. But as I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch, my breath caught in my throat. There was no one there. The yard was empty, the quiet night air still and peaceful. As if nothing had happened, I scanned the area around my house, my eyes darting from one corner to the next. The shadows seemed deeper than usual, the darkness stretching further, but there was no sign of the person from the footage. No one was standing at the door, no eerie figure lurking in the shadows. It was as if they had never been there at all. But I knew the truth. I had seen them. I had watched them through the camera and they had been watching me. I slammed the door behind me, my pulse racing. The calmness of the outside world felt wrong, out of place, like a sick joke. The security footage had been real, every frame, every moment. But why was there no sign of the person? Now I couldn't let myself believe it was all just a figment of my imagination. I had the proof, the images, the timestamps. I backed away from the door, a sense of dread creeping up on me once again. What if the person was still out there waiting? What if they had been watching me for longer than I realized? I couldn't stop the thoughts from flooding my mind, each one more unsettling than the last. The quiet of the house felt suffocating, like I was being suffocated by the very walls that were supposed to protect me. I didn't know what to do next. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the person was still out there waiting for me to make a move. It felt like a game one I didn't want to play, but it was too late. I had already been pulled into it. I couldn't go back. For the first time in my life, I realized that I wasn't alone, not in my home, not in my life. Someone was out there and they had been watching me all along. The thought made my skin crawl, but I knew one thing for sure: now I would never be able to feel safe again, not in my own home. Story 16. The first thing I noticed when I woke up was the soft glow coming from the living room. I sat up in bed confused for a moment. I distinctly remembered turning off the light before heading to bed the night before. The room had been dark, the kind of darkness that wrapped around you, comforting and quiet. Yet now, as I looked down the hallway, the light in the living room was on, casting strange shadows across the floor. I stood up, my bare feet meeting the cold floor as I walked toward the hallway. Each step felt heavy, as though something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what. The closer I got to the living room, the more the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I didn't know why, but there was an undeniable sense that something was wrong. When I reached the doorway, I hesitated for a moment, staring into the room, expecting to see something unusual. The light flickered briefly, but nothing else seemed out of place. My heart beat a little faster, my mind racing for an explanation. Had I somehow forgotten that I had left it on? I doubted it. I had always been careful about such things, and besides, I had a distinct memory of turning it off before I went to bed. Slowly I stepped into the living room, my eyes scanning the space, looking for anything that could explain the strange situation. The room appeared normal, just as it had been when I'd left it the night before. The furniture was in the same place. The throw pillows still arranged neatly on the couch. There was no sign of anything being disturbed. I walked over to the light switch and turned the living room light off again. The room immediately fallen into darkness, but even as I stood there, the silence pressing in on me, I felt an uneasy tension in the air. It was as if the room was holding its breath, waiting for something. I shook off the feeling, telling myself it was just a trick of the mind. Maybe the light had been on longer than I realized, perhaps it had been on all night and I just hadn't noticed. But I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that I wasn't alone, even though I knew I was. I walked back to my bedroom, my footsteps echoing in the hallway, but the unease lingered. Something about the light, about the way it had been on, when I was sure I had turned it off, unsettled me. I tried to push the thought out of my mind as I got ready for the day, but it stuck with me. Every time I looked back at the living room, I felt that strange presence. I couldn't explain it, but it was as if the room was waiting for me to understand something, to uncover some hidden truth. The light itself had been so innocent, so normal. Yet now it seemed like a subtle warning, a clue that I wasn't aware of. Yet the day went by slowly, each minute stretching on. As the memory of the light haunted me, I couldn't focus on anything else. Distracted by the strange occurrence, the logical part of my brain kept insisting it was nothing, just a simple mistake. But the other part, the part that couldn't ignore the odd feeling, kept tugging at me, reminding me that something had changed. When the sun finally began to set and the house darkened once again, I found myself standing in front of the living room door, staring at the light switch. There was no rational explanation, no way to make sense of it, but I couldn't stop myself from wondering if the light would be on again. As a tin, I reached for the door handle and opened it, half expecting to see the familiar glow spilling into the hallway. But to my surprise, the room was completely dark. I sighed in relief, a sense of calm washing over me as I stepped inside. The unease from earlier had faded and I told myself I was just being paranoid. There was no reason for me to feel so unsettled, but as I moved further into the room, my foot brushed against something. I looked down and froze on the floor in the middle of the living room was a single small object. It was a piece of paper crumpled and discarded, lying in the exact spot where I had been standing earlier. When I turned the light off, my pulse quickened as I bent down to pick it up. The paper was slightly damp, as if it had been left there for a while. When I unfolded it, I saw that it was covered in a few short jagged lines, like someone had scribbled furiously across the surface. The words on the paper were scrawled in thick, uneven handwriting, but the message was clear: don't turn off the lights again. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the paper in disbelief. I felt a chill run down my spine, the one that had been lingering in the back of my mind suddenly coming into sharp focus. I turned to look at the light switch, my heart pounding in my chest. Had someone been here? Was someone watching me? The idea that someone had been in my house leaving this cryptic note made the air feel thick with tension. I wanted to run to get out of the house and away from whatever was happening, but I couldn't move. I stood there, frozen, staring at the note in my hands. There was no explanation, no reason for this to make any sense, but the message was clear. I had been warned for the rest of the evening. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking just beyond my understanding. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, double-checked the light switches and stayed near the lights, hoping they would stay off for the rest of the night. But every time I looked around I felt as though I was being watched, as though the walls were closing in around me. I don't know what happened that night, or if it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but from then on I never turned off the lights again and, as strange as it sounds, I couldn't shake the feeling that if I did something, far worse would happen. Story 17. The silence of the night was only broken by the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. I was lying in bed, barely able to keep my eyes open when I heard it a knock. It was quiet at first, so soft that I thought I might have imagined it, but then it came again louder, this time echoing through the stillness of my room. I froze. My heart started racing and my mind scrambled to figure out who could possibly be knocking at my door. In the middle of the night, I slid out of bed, the cold wooden floor beneath my feet, making me shiver. The house was dark, save for the faint moonlight creeping through the curtains. I walked cautiously to the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the doorknob. The knocking had stopped, leaving an eerie silence that made my skin crawl. I hesitated, wondering if it was some kind of prank, but the thought of being alone in the dark made me open the door. When I swung it open, there was nothing but the empty hallway. The door frame framed the darkness and I could see nothing beyond it. No one was there. I stepped out into the hall, looking both ways, expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but there was only the quiet hum of the house and the faint draft of air coming through the open door. I checked the porch, the yard, and even the street, but there was no sign of anyone. The street lights flickered in the distance, casting long shadows across the empty road. I stood there for a moment, my heart still pounding in my chest, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who had knocked and why was there no one there? Confused and uneasy, I closed the door and locked it behind me. I returned to my room, my mind racing with questions. Had I imagined the whole thing? But no, I could still hear the sound of the knock in my head clear as day. I tried to shake off the unsettling feeling and crawled back into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. But sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind against the windows made me jump. As the hours passed, I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But the silence in the house felt different. Now it was still too expectant, like something was waiting. I kept my eyes on the door, expecting it to open at any moment, but it stayed shut. My thoughts continued to race, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching me. Just as I started to drift off, I heard Ed again a knock. This time it was even softer than before, almost like a whisper against the wood. I snapped awake, my eyes wide with fear. I could hear it unmistakably from the other side of the room. My breath caught in my throat as I lay there frozen, listening to the quiet rhythm of the KNX. My body was paralyzed with dread and I couldn't bring myself to move. The knocks stopped as suddenly as they had started. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead and I could feel my heart racing. I didn't know what to do, didn't know what it meant. I lay there wide awake, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. The house was still. The air felt thick, like something was hanging in the silence, waiting for me to make the next move. It was hours before I could bring myself to get up again. The house felt oppressive, like it was closing in on me. I tiptoed to the door, half expecting to find someone standing there, but there was nothing. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but it was fleeting. Something was wrong. I could feel it deep in my gut. I spent the rest of the night listening for any sound, staring at the door, waiting for it to open, but the rest of the night passed without incident. The knock never came again. I finally managed to fall into a restless sleep, but when I woke in the morning I felt uneasy, like something was still watching me. I went through my day trying to distract myself from the lingering fear, but the memory of the knock stayed with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the house. Every time I glanced at the door, I half expected to see it swing open, but nothing happened. Still, I couldn't stop wondering who had knocked in the middle of the night, and why had they left so suddenly. That night I decided to do something. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. But as I sat in bed trying to convince myself that it was all just a figment of my imagination, I heard it again, a knock, faint but distinct. I froze my heart, skipping a beat. The knock came again, this time louder. And I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I jumped out of bed and rushed to the door, but before I could reach it I heard it a voice, faint but clear. It was whispering my name. I turned around, my heart hammering in my chest, but there was no one there. I stood there, my mind racing, unable to move. The whispering grew louder, coming from all directions. It was as if the walls themselves were speaking to me, urging me to listen. I backed away slowly, my breath coming in short gasps. The knocking and stopped, but the whispering continued, getting louder and louder. I didn't know where it was coming from, but it felt like it was inside my head, like the walls were closing in on me. I had to get out. I had to leave before whatever it was found me. I grabbed my phone, dialing the first number I could think of. I had to get help. I needed to leave to get away from whatever was in the house. But when the phone rang, it wasn't my friend who answered. It was a voice. I didn't recognize a voice that whispered, "I told you I would be back." The line went dead. I dropped the phone, my mind racing, the knocking, the whispers. Everything was happening again, but this time it wasn't a simple knock at the door. It was something much worse. Something was in my house and it wasn't going to let me go. Story 1818. The morning was still quiet. When I stepped out of my bedroom, my mind still groggy from sleep. The house felt colder than usual, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes you shiver even under the thickest blanket. I walked down the hallway hoping the warmth of the kitchen would chase away the chill, but something caught my eye before I reached it. My front door was slightly ajar. It wasn't wide open, but it was enough to notice just a sliver of the outside world visible through the gap. I froze in place, my heart skipping a beat. I clearly remembered locking it the night before. I had even checked the deadbolt twice, making sure it was secure before going to bed. Yet here it was open in the early morning light. I stood there staring at the door, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The house was still and silent. No sounds of footsteps, steps, or anything that would suggest someone had been inside. But the door was open. It didn't make any sense. I walked over to it slowly, the uncertainty growing with each step. My mind raced, thinking of every possible explanation. Had I somehow forgotten to lock it, though? I was sure I hadn't had the wind blown it open, but it wasn't windy outside. It was calm, the kind of calm that makes everything feel too quiet. When I reached the door, I hesitated for a moment before gently pushing it open, further scanning the area outside. The porch was empty. Nothing out of place, no sign of anyone standing there, but that didn't make me feel any better. If someone had been outside, they could have easily slipped in while I was sleeping and I wouldn't have hurt a thing. I stepped back into the house, my nerves on edge, and closed the door with a soft click. The sound was reassuring, like the house had regained its security, but the one still lingered. My mind kept running through the possibilities, but none of them made sense. There had to be an explanation. There just had to be. I stood in the entryway for a moment trying to collect myself. I considered checking the locks on the windows, but I knew they were secure. The house was small, easy to keep an eye on. Nothing should have been able to get in without me hearing it. I checked the kitchen, the living room, the bathroom. Everything seemed normal. But as I moved through the house, I noticed something odd. There were faint scuff marks on the floor near the door, as though someone had dragged something across it. I knelt down to take a closer look, my hand hovering just above the marks. They were deep, but they were definitely there, and they led away from the door toward the hallway. I stood up quickly, my heart starting to race. I didn't remember those marks being there the night before. I had cleaned the floor just last week, and I was certain there hadn't been anything on the ground. The scuff marks were new, fresh. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. This was getting out of hand. I couldn't just ignore it. Someone had been in the house. I was sure of it. Now I had to find out who and why. My first instinct was to check the bedrooms. I didn't know why, but something about the thought of checking my room first seemed right. I walked down the hallway, each step feeling heavier than the last, and pushed open the door to my bedroom. At first everything looked as it should. The bed was made, the room tidy, nothing out of place. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The closet door was slightly open. I never left it open. I always made sure it was closed when I went to bed, a habit I had developed years ago. Yet now it was ajar, just enough for me to see a sliver of the inside. I stood there, frozen, my mind racing. I had locked the door, double-checked it, and yet here was open. I couldn't even remember opening it myself. Had someone else been in here? Had they gone through my things? I walked over cautiously, my hand shaking. As I reached for the door, I pulled it open slowly, half expecting to find something or someone waiting inside. But there was nothing. No one hiding, just clothes hanging neatly, shoes lined up in the corner. I let out of breath. I didn't realize I'd been holding, but the relief didn't last long. The feeling that something wasn't right remained gnawing at the back of my mind. I couldn't shake the thought that I wasn't alone, that someone had been here, had entered my house, and I hadn't heard a thing. I spent the next hour combing through every room, checking locks, peering into every corner, every space that seemed even remotely suspicious, but everything was as it should be. The house was quiet, too quiet. It was as if nothing had happened at all, but I knew better. I felt it deep in my gut. Something was off. I considered calling the police. But what could I tell them? That I had found my door slightly open, that the house felt wrong, as though someone had been there but left without a trace. They would probably think I was overreacting, imagining things. After all, there were no signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had actually been inside. Just a door left open and a strange feeling that wouldn't go away. But I couldn't shake the fear that whoever had been here wasn't finished. They were watching, waiting for the right moment, and they knew something I didn't. I tried to go about my day, but I couldn't focus. Every creak of the house seemed amplified, every shadow more menacing. The door had been opened, and now, no matter what I did, it felt like it would never be truly locked again. Story 19. I stood frozen, holding my phone to my ear, as the heavy breathing on the other end continued. It was slow and deliberate, almost like whoever was on the other line was taking their time. I glanced at the screen again, but it only displayed the block number, offering no clue as to who might be calling. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. Why would someone call me and not speak? What did this mean? I stayed silent, hoping the person would eventually say something, but the breathing continued, filling the silence. It felt wrong, unnerving. I thought about hanging up, but for some reason I couldn't. My fingers hovered over the screen, but I remained rooted to the spot, listening, unable to tear myself away from the sound. The more I heard, the more my unease grew. There was something about the steady rhythm of the breaths that felt deliberate, intentional. I checked the time, my heart beating faster. It was late, well past midnight. I didn't recognize the number, and there was no reason anyone I knew would be calling me at this hour. The breathing was now accompanied by the faint sound of something else, a soft rustling like clothing or something being shifted around. My mind raced with possibilities, all of them unsettling. I wanted to scream, to shout into the phone, but I was paralyzed. The longer the call lasted, the more suffocating the silence became. I tried to steady my breath, wondering if maybe I had imagined the rustling, but no, it was still there. I decided to speak, breaking the silence that had stretched between us. "Hello," my voice was shaky, barely more than a whisper. No response, only more breathing. I tried again, louder this time, "Who is this?" But there was still no answer. Just the same heavy, rhythmic breaths. It felt like I was being drawn into something dark, something I couldn't understand. The air in the room felt thicker, now heavy with the weight of the unknown. I glanced around the room, checking to see if anything had changed. I had no idea who was on the other end of the line or what they wanted. My thoughts spun wildly as I debated whether or not I should hang out. But what if they were waiting for me to hang up? What if that was the moment they decided to do something? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the breathing stopped and the line went dead for a moment. I just stared at the phone, unsure of what had just happened. My hand was still gripping it tightly, my heart pounding in my chest. I waited for a few seconds, but no one called back, and the silence was deafening. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing, just some prank or a wrong number, but something deep inside me knew it wasn't. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had called knew exactly who I was. It was as if they were watching me, waiting for me to react. I felt like I was being stalked, but by who, why, and what did they want? I set my phone down, the cold plastic, still warm for my touch. I didn't know what to do. I considered calling the authorities, but what would I even tell them? A blocked number called me and breathed heavily. There was nothing concrete, nothing that would make them take me seriously. I thought about checking my security cameras, but I hesitated. What if I found something I wasn't prepared to see? My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do next. I stood up and started pacing around the room, my thoughts tumbling over each other. I glanced at the time again. It was almost 2 a.m. I should have been asleep, but my body felt too restless. I kept replaying the call in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Why hadn't the person said anything, or what were they trying to communicate? With just their breathing, I decided to check the locks on all the doors and windows, even though I had already done it. Before going to bed, I needed to make sure everything was secure. I walked around the house, checking every door, every window, even in the back door in the kitchen. My hands shook slightly as I turned the locks, but everything seemed fine. The house was as it should be. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I returned to the living room and grabbed my phone again, checking to see if there were any other missed calls or messages. Nothing, just that one call and the strange, silent breathing. I considered blocking the number, but I wasn't sure that would do anything. They had called from a blocked number and there was no way to trace it back to anyone. I sat down on the couch, trying to calm my racing heart. The silence of the house was almost overwhelming. Now it felt like every creak of the floorboards or rustle of the curtains was amplified, like the walls were closing, and around me I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, like someone was waiting for me to make the next move. But minutes turned into hours and I couldn't bring myself to sleep. Every little sound made me jump my mind, refusing to rest. I kept thinking about the call, about the way the breathing had seemed so deliberate, so purposeful. Whoever had called knew I would answer. They knew how to get under my skin. Around 4 a.m., I heard a knock on my door, loud and insistent. My heart nearly stopped in my chest. Who could be knocking at this hour? I wasn't expecting anyone. I didn't move at first, just listened, hoping the knock would stop, but it didn't. It continued faster, now more frantic, as if someone was desperate for me to answer. I stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. I checked the PE, but no one was visible on the other side. I waited, my breath shallow and quick. The knocking continued louder, this time almost as if it was shaking the door itself. I didn't know who it was, but I wasn't going to open the door. Instead, I grabbed my phone and quickly dialed 911. The operator answered almost immediately. 911. What's your emergency? I think someone is at my door. I whispered. They've been knocking, but I don't know who it is. The operator reassured me that help was on the way and told me to stay inside and lock all doors and windows. I did as instructed, my mind racing. The knocking continued, but I stayed where I was afraid to move. Every minute felt like an eternity. Within minutes I heard sirens outside and the knocking stopped. I wasn't sure if it was coincidence, but I didn't care. I was too scared to question it. I stayed on the line with the operator until the police arrived, and when they knocked on my door I finally let them in. They did a thorough check around the house, but they didn't find anyone. The knock had stopped. Once they arrived and the streets were eerily quiet, they assured me they would keep an eye out in the area, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had been there was still watching me from the shadows. The next day I checked my phone again. The call had left no trace, no record of who had dialed me. Only the haunting memory of that heavy breathing remained echoing in my mind, reminding me that I wasn't as safe as I thought. Story 20. The morning started like any other, with the sun just beginning to peek over the horizon. I had a list of things to do, a few chores to tackle before heading out for the day. As I stepped outside to check the mail, I noticed something strange in the yard, near the corner where the fence met the trees. I stopped in my tracks, squinting against the early light. At first I thought it was just a trick of the shadows or some odd pile of debris blown in by the wind, but as I moved closer I realized it was something more unusual, something I couldn't quite place. It was a small rectangular box made of some dark metal that shimmered slightly in the morning sun. It wasn't large, about the size of a shoe box, but its shape and appearance were unlike anything I had ever seen before. The surface of the box was smooth, without any visible seams, almost as if it had been forged as a single piece. There were no labels, no markings to suggest where it came from or what it might be. My first instinct was to pick it up to examine it more closely, but something held me back. It felt wrong somehow, as though it didn't belong there in my yard at all. I glanced around, my heart beginning to race. The yard was empty as usual. The trees swayed gently in the breeze and the birds cawed in the distance. Nothing seemed out of place, except for this box. I bent down cautiously, my fingers hovering just above it. It didn't look like something that had been left behind by a neighbor or dropped accidentally. The way it sat there, perfectly positioned, as if waiting for me to notice it, made me uneasy. I finally picked it up, the metal, surprisingly heavy for its size. As I held it, I could feel a faint vibration, almost like a low hum, emanating from within the box. I froze, wondering if I was imagining things, but no, it was real. There was something inside, something moving, though I couldn't tell what. My curiosity got the best of me and I walked back toward the house. The box clutched tightly in my hands. When I got inside, I set it down on the kitchen counter, still unsure of what I should do next. I examined it from every angle, looking for any indication of what it might be. The smooth, featureless surface gave no clues, and there was no way to open it. No lid, no hinges, no locks. It was completely seamless. I tried shaking it, hoping to hear what was inside, but there was only that faint hum. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end and my pulse quickened. I felt an overwhelming urge to open it to understand what was in that box, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. It felt dangerous, like something I wasn't meant to find. Instead, I decided to call a friend. I needed someone else's perspective, someone who might have a rational explanation for what I had found. I dialed the number, feeling a bit silly, but the uneased knowing of my insides wouldn't go away. The phone rang a few times before she picked up. "Hey, what's up?" she answered casually. I found something weird in my yard," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "What do you mean weird?" she asked. I told her about the box, the strange hum and the feeling I couldn't shake. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Are you sure it wasn't just left by someone else, like maybe a delivery or something?" she asked. I don't know. It doesn't look like anything I've ever seen before. It's like it just appeared out of nowhere," I replied. "Well, maybe you should call the police or something," she suggested. I hadn't considered that, but the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like a reasonable step. If there was something in my yard that I couldn't identify, something that didn't seem to belong, maybe it was best to get someone involved. Still, I wasn't sure if I was ready to take that step just yet. I didn't want to overreact, but my gut told me something was wrong. "I'll think about it," I said. I don't know. I feel like there's something off about it." "Okay, well, let me know. If you need anything, stay safe," she said. Before hanging up, I stared at the box for a few moments longer, feeling the weight of its presence in the room. It was like it was calling to me, urging me to open it, to discover whatever it was hiding, but I wasn't ready to do that. Yet I wasn't sure I ever would be. The hum was getting louder, now more insistent. It felt like it was alive, like it was waiting for something. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. It startled me and I nearly dropped the box. My heart raced as I set it down on the counter and walked cautiously toward the door. Who could it be? No one was supposed to be coming over, not today. I peered through the peephole and saw no one outside, but as I opened the door I noticed something strange: a small handwritten note on the doorstep. It was folded neatly and there was no address or name on it, just a simple message. "You found it. Now you must open it." My breath caught in my throat and my hands trembled as I picked up the note. I looked around, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. I hadn't heard a car pull up and the street outside was empty. It was as if the note had appeared out of thin air. I stood frozen, holding both the note in the strange box, unsure of what to do next. The note felt cold hold in my hands and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The idea of opening the box, of giving in to whatever was inside, was terrifying, but the note seemed so sure, so confident. It was as if whoever had written it knew exactly what I was thinking, what I was feeling. I took a step back, my mind racing with questions. Who had left the note? Was it connected to the box? Had someone been watching me? There were too many unanswered questions, too many possibilities swirling around in my mind. I decided to lock the box away for now. I couldn't bring myself to open it, not yet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was inside, whatever it was meant to be, was waiting for me. It was a feeling I couldn't escape, the sense that the box had a purpose, one I wasn't yet ready to face. I carefully placed the box back in the corner of the kitchen, hiding it behind the counter. The hum had faded, but the unease remained. I glanced around the house, feeling the weight of the silence pressing in on me. I had no answers, no explanation for what had happened, but I knew one thing for sure: I hadn't heard the last of it. The strange object, the note, the hum. They were just the beginning. Story 21. I woke up to find the curtains in my room drawn open, but I had closed them before going to bed. The sudden flood of light from the morning sun hit my face, making my eyes squint as I slowly opened them. My mind immediately raced back to last night, when I had taken my usual precautions, including making sure the curtains were tightly closed to block out the light. I distinctly remembered drawing them shut, but now they were wide open, letting in a glaring sunlight I hadn't intended to wake up to. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding a little faster than usual. It was early, too early for my neighbors to be up, let alone for anyone to be messing with my windows. My eyes darted around the room trying to take in any other details, but nothing else seemed out of place. The furniture was where it should be, the floor was undisturbed and the bed was as I had left it, but the curtains were wrong. That small change was enough to send a ripple of unease through me. I got out of bed, my feet touching the cold floor. As I made my way to the window, the sheer white curtains billowed slightly in the breeze and the morning air felt colder than I expected. I reached out to grab the curtains, pulling them closed again, as my mind tried to come up with an explanation. Had I forgotten? Had I sleepwalked, or something, without even realizing it? The thought made me uneasy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I checked the locks on the window, making sure they were secure. The latch was in place, just like I had left it, but how could the curtains have been opened if nothing else had been disturbed? I stood there for a few moments staring at the window, trying to make sense of it. The fact that everything else was undisturbed, including the window lock, gave me no clear answers. It wasn't as though someone had broken in, but it still felt unsettling, like someone had been in here without leaving a trace. After a few more minutes of standing in the room, I tried to push the creeping thoughts from my mind. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I had simply forgotten what I had done the night before. I went about my usual morning routine, getting dressed, brushing my teeth and heading downstairs to make breakfast. But the feeling of something being off didn't quite leave me. It lingered just out of reach, like a thought you can't quite grasp. As I made my way through the house, I checked the other windows, half expecting to find the same thing, another small change, another indication that something was not quite right, but nothing else was out of place. The windows were all securely locked, the blinds were all in their usual positions, and the house was quiet just like it should be. The whole day passed with no other strange occurrences, and by the time the evening rolled around, I had almost convinced myself that it had just been a weird one-off thing. Perhaps I'd been sleep-deprived, or maybe it was just a simple mistake. I closed the curtains as I usually did that night, not giving it much thought, but when I woke up the next morning, the curtains were open again. This time the shock was sharper. I stared at the open curtains, my mind racing again. I hadn't opened them, I was certain of it. I had closed them before going to bed, just like the night before, but again there they were wide open, the light streaming into the room in the same unsettling way. It was too much of a coincidence. The first time could have been explained away, but this was different. I checked the window locks again, hoping to find some sign of tampering. The latch was still in place. The curtains had been opened, but there were no signs of anyone having entered the room. I looked around the room more carefully, checking every corner for anything I might have missed before, but everything appeared normal. Nothing seemed disturbed, except for the curtains. I spent the rest of the day feeling on edge, the thought of what was happening gnawing at me. The simple act of drawing the curtains each night had become a ritual of comfort, a way to ensure that my space was secure and private. But now, with the curtains constantly being opened, when I was sure I had left them closed, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was messing with me. That evening I decided to take extra precautions. I locked the door behind me, double-checked the windows, and even took a few minutes to inspect the locks more carefully. I didn't want to take any chances. When I went to bed, I made sure the curtains were tightly closed. The fabric pulled securely against the window, but still in the back of my mind, the nagging feeling that something wasn't right stayed with me. I woke up the next morning to an even more unsettling sight. The curtains were open again, but this time there was something else, something that made my blood run cold. At the base of the curtains there was a small piece of paper crumpled and folded. I picked it up, my hands shaking. As I opened it, the note simply read, "I'm watching you." The word sent a chill down my spine, my heart raced in my chest, and I felt a wave of panic wash over me. Someone had been in my room, someone had been here, opening the curtains, leaving messages, but how? I was sure I had locked the doors and windows, and there was no sign of forced entry. The fact that there was no evidence of anyone being in the room aside from the note and the curtains made it all the more terrifying. I took the note with me as I checked the house again, every room, every corner. There was no one here. The house was as quiet as ever, but I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. I called the police explaining the situation, that they didn't have much to go on. They suggested I take additional precautions, maybe install some more security measures, but they didn't seem to take the note seriously. It was just a prank, they said, but it didn't feel like a prank. It felt like a warning. That night I locked everything down again, checked the windows, and even set up a camera in my room to catch any intruders if they came back. I didn't expect anything, but I couldn't sleep, my mind racing with possibilities. Every creak of the house, every sound in the night made me jump. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening for any sign that someone might be outside. The next morning I reviewed the footage. The camera had captured nothing, no movement, no sounds, no signs of anyone entering the room. I almost felt relieved until I looked at the footage from the night before. At the very end, just as the camera cut off, I could swear, I saw a shadow move across the window right where the curtains had been. I didn't know what to believe anymore. The curtains were still being opened, and now I had no way of knowing who or what was responsible. But I knew one thing for sure, I was no longer safe in my own home. Story 22. I was in the middle of my usual evening routine when my phone buzzed, breaking the quiet stillness of the night. At first I didn't think much of it. Maybe it was just another one of those random marketing messages or spam calls that had started to increase lately. I swiped the screen and my eyes immediately fixed on the text notification. It wasn't from someone I recognized. The number was unfamiliar, with a series of digits that I couldn't place. But what made my heart race wasn't the number. It was the message. "I've been watching you for days." The words lingered on the screen, almost mocking me. My mind raced. Who would send such a message? My immediate instinct was to brush it off as a prank. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it wasn't a joke. There was an eerie tone to the message, a feeling that the sender knew something about me that they shouldn't. I quickly scrolled through my recent contacts, hoping to find a clue, a pattern, or anything that would explain the strange message, but there was nothing. I tried to push the thought out of my mind. It could have been anyone, some random person trying to mess with me, or worse, a wrong number. But as I settled back on the couch, the weight of the message pressed down on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching, waiting. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside felt amplified. I glanced at my front door, even though I knew it was locked. I checked windows, though they were securely shut. Yet, despite my efforts to reassure myself, a deep unease settled in my chest. I kept thinking about the words. "I've been watching you for days." My thoughts spiraled. How could they have been watching me? I hadn't noticed anyone lingering nearby. I wasn't exactly a private person, but I made sure to keep to myself, never giving anyone a reason to feel like they should be watching me. And yet there was something about the way the text was phrased that made it feel personal, like the sender had been tracking my every move. I stood up and paced the room, my mind racing. My phone buzzed again, pulling me from my thoughts. This time the message was shorter. "Don't bother checking the cameras. I've already seen everything." The chill that ran down my spine was immediate. Camera? What cameras? I didn't have any security cameras. I hadn't installed anything like that. But the thought of someone watching me, of someone knowing more about my habits and routines than they should, made my skin crawl. I scrambled to check my apartment. I checked the locks on the doors again, double-checked the windows, and even looked behind furniture to see if there were any hidden cameras or microphones. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. Could someone really be watching me? It was a terrifying thought, one that left me paralyzed with fear. I grabbed my phone again, my fingers shaking as I tried to call my best friend. I needed to talk to someone, anyone, to make sense of this, but as soon as I hit dial, I froze. What if they were watching me through the phone? What if they could hear everything I said? It felt like, no matter what I did, I couldn't escape the sense of being watched. I ended the call, and as I looked back at the screen, I saw another text. This time it was a picture or photo of my front porch taken at some point during the evening. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the image. It was so ordinary, so mundane, yet it sent a wave of panic through me. Who took this picture? Why was it sent to me? I rushed to the window, my heart pounding in my chest. I peered outside, expecting to see someone standing just beyond the glass, but there was nothing. The street was empty, the night silent, yet the feeling remained. I couldn't shake the thought that someone was out there, just beyond my sight, watching and waiting. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? I didn't have any concrete evidence. No one had broken in. There were no signs of forced entry. The only thing I had was a series of cryptic messages and that chilling photo. Would the police even take me seriously? They'd probably think I was overreacting. Imagining things, I felt trapped. My thoughts were all over the place, my mind struggling to make sense of it all. Why was I being targeted? Why was someone watching me? And what did they want? The next few days were a blur. I tried to go about my daily routine as best as I could, but the sense of paranoia was overwhelming. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of light felt like a sign that someone was watching me. I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder, couldn't stop checking the locks, the windows, and the doors. It became an obsession. I tried to find some peace, some sense of normality, but it was impossible. The messages continued, each one more unsettling than the last. The sender seemed to know everything about my life when I left the house. When I came back, what time I went to bed, it felt like they were tracking my every move. Then, one afternoon, I got a text that stopped my heart. "I'm closer than you think." I looked around the room, my heart hammering in my chest. The air felt thick, suffocating. I couldn't breathe. What did they mean? How close were they? Were they in my house? Had they been watching me for days, weeks, months? I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know who was behind this. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I went through my apartment again, checking every inch for hidden camera, serrers, or microphones. I even went so far as to install new security cameras around my home, hoping that having a way to watch my surroundings would give me some peace of mind. But the sense of dread never left. It lingered heavy and oppressive. And then, one evening, I received another message. Look outside. I froze. My hands trembled as I looked out the window. My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't want to look. I was terrified of what I might see, but the message felt like a command. Like the person on the other side was daring me to look slowly, I approached the window and peeked outside. The street was quiet. There was no one standing there. I looked left, then right, and then back to the front of my house, still nothing. I let out a shaky breath, thinking for a moment that maybe it was all in my head, that the person had given up. But just as I was about to turn away, I saw something in the reflection of the window, a shadow, dark and still standing just behind me. I whipped around my heart, stopping in my chest. There was no one there. Man, the realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Whoever had been watching me wasn't just outside my house. They were inside my mind. They had been playing this game, drawing me in piece by piece, until I couldn't tell what was real anymore. The terror that had been building up for days, for weeks, reached its peak. They were closer than I thought, far closer than I had ever imagined. Story 23. I had been feeling off all day, like something wasn't quite right. The feeling lingered in the back of my mind, but I couldn't figure out what it was. It wasn't until late at night, as I sat on my bed, scrolling through my phone, that I saw it. There in my notifications was a picture. It was a photo of me taken while I was sleeping. My stomach dropped as I stared at the image, frozen. I hadn't taken the picture, and no one had been in my room while I was sleeping. The room was empty. When I woke up, my heart raced and my mind immediately began to race with questions. How could this have happened? I tried to reason with myself, thinking it was some kind of mistake. Maybe I had accidentally taken the picture of my sleep, though that seemed highly unlikely. But then I realized that I had not even been near my phone when I had fallen asleep. I didn't remember touching it, not at all. My phone had been sitting on the nightstand, exactly where I left it before lying down. The picture had been taken at a close angle, showing my face clearly while I lay still in my bed. My first instinct was to check the time on the picture, but when I did, it made no sense. The photo was time-stamped for 3:15 a.m., long after I had gone to sleep. I opened the photo fully, my fingers shaking as I zoomed in, trying to make sense of what I was looking at. I didn't see anything unusual in the picture itself. It was just me. The sleep curled up under the covers, but what sent chills down my spine was that the picture had been taken from an angle that I couldn't have reached from the position of my bed. I hadn't moved from where I lay, and yet the angle was as if someone was standing right over me, looking down at my face. I scanned my room nervously, as if expecting to find someone there, but nothing seemed out of place. The only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator from down the hall. I immediately checked the other apps on my phone, making sure there were no other messages or pictures, but there was nothing. The message with the photo had come from an unknown number. No name, no contact info, just a random string of numbers. I couldn't shake the sense of dread that crept over me as I stared at that message, questioning what had just happened. How had someone gotten into my house, taken the picture and left without me noticing, and why had they sent it to me? I tried to make sense of the situation. I thought back to any possible interactions I might have had that could explain this. Maybe it was a joke from a friend, but who would take such an invasive photo? And how did they get access to my room? Without waking me up? I couldn't come up with any answers. I couldn't think of a single person who would do something like this, let alone someone who knew I had been asleep at that exact moment. 1,000 thoughts rushed through my mind as I tried to calm myself. I wanted to believe this was just some strange coincidence, some fluke, but deep down I knew that this wasn't the case. I couldn't stop the wave of fear that washed over for me. I locked my phone and threw it on the bed, pacing the room. As I tried to think of something, anything that could explain what had just happened. I considered calling the police, but what could I even tell them? That I had received a picture of myself sleeping. How could they take that seriously? I decided to check the house. I walked through each room, inspecting every corner, opening every closet door, looking under the furniture. There was nothing out of the ordinary, but the longer I spent looking, the more uneasy I became. Every creak of the floorboard, every gust of wind outside sent my heart into overdrive. It was impossible to ignore the fact that someone had been in my room, someone who knew exactly when to take the picture. And what terrified me the most was that they had done it while I was completely unaware, while I was vulnerable. As the night wore on, I kept replaying the image over and over in my mind. The photo wasn't just creepy, it was intimate, like whoever took it had been watching me for some time. But how long had they been coming into my room every night? How could I not have noticed? The thought alone made my skin crawl. I couldn't stay in the house any longer, not with the creeping suspicion that someone could be watching me. Even now I decided to leave. I grabbed my bag and keys, making my way out of the house, my footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. I needed a place to go, somewhere that would make me feel safe, even if only for a little while. The thought of staying in that house, knowing that someone had been in it without my knowledge, was unbearable. I drove aimlessly, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do next. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even though I was. After some time, I pulled into a parking lot and sat in my car, staring out the windshield. I didn't want to go home. I didn't want to face whatever was waiting for me there, but as I sat there I realized I had no choice. I had to go back. I had to find out what was really happening. I returned to the house and took a deep breath before stepping inside. The place was quiet, too quiet, and the familiar sense of one settled back into my bones. But something was different. Now I could feel it in the air. I slowly walked through the rooms again, checking for anything out of place. Nothing. The house was as it had been when I left, but when I reached my bedroom, I froze thereon. My bed was a single new picture. It was of me sitting in my car earlier that evening, parked in the lot. The photo had been taken from a distance, like someone had been standing behind a tree or in a car nearby. I stood there staring at the image in disbelief. Whoever was doing this was one step ahead of me. They knew exactly where I was, what I was doing. Even when I thought I was safe, I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, the panic rising in with every passing second. This wasn't a random incident. This wasn't just some prank. Someone had been watching me. Someone was still watching me, and I didn't know how to make it stop. Story 24. I woke up to find strange footprints in my house, but I live alone. The prints were clear, distinct, and appeared as though someone had been walking through my living room while I was asleep. My heart raced as I sat up in bed trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I couldn't remember hearing any sounds during the night. Nothing that would have alerted me to someone breaking in. The house was supposed to be empty, and yet there they were, footprints, as if someone had been here. I stood up cautiously, my bare feet touching the cold floor. I walked over to the print, my pulse quickening with every step I took. They were not muddy, just slightly damp, as if the person who had walked through had just been outside in the rain or had stepped into something wet. They were large enough to suggest they belonged to an adult, but the shape of the shoes was unfamiliar. It wasn't any brand I recognized, and there were no marks that stood out as anything I had ever seen before. My mind raced. Had someone broken into my house while I slept? But if they had, why didn't I wake up? Why didn't the alarm go off? I quickly checked my phone, hoping it would show a missed notification or something that could explain it, but there was nothing. I had a sense of being watched, but that could have just been my imagination running wild. I had lived alone for years, but this felt different, like someone had been in my space and they knew I wouldn't be able to stop them. I followed the footprints as they led me from the living room toward the hallway. The marks were so distinct, so real, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that they shouldn't be there. It didn't make sense. If someone had entered my house, they would have had to break in somehow. Yet nothing appeared to be out of place. The front door was locked, the windows were secure. There was no sign of forced entry. I even checked the locks again, feeling foolish for doubting their security, but everything was as it should be. I continued to follow the prints down the hallway, my mind going over every possible scenario. Maybe I had sleepwalked, or maybe I had imagined them, but the prints were real and there was no way I could explain them away. The fear crept up on me again. That cold, creeping sensation that made my skin prickle. Someone had been in my house, and the fact that I had no recollection of it only made the situation feel even more unsettling. The footprints led me to my bedroom door, which was slightly ajar. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I reached for the handle and slowly pushed it open inside. Everything looked normal. Nothing out of place, but something was off. A chill lingered in the air and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I stepped inside cautiously, looking around, half expecting to see someone hiding in the corner or under the bed, but there was nothing. Nothing except for the lingering sense of on. I checked my bed, but it was undisturbed. No sign of anyone sitting on it, no indication that anyone had been there at all. The only thing that was out of place was the trail of footprints that now led into my room coming from the hallway. It was as if someone had stepped into my room but had never stayed, as if they were never really there, but their presence had left an imprint. I sat down on the edge of the bed trying to process what had happened. What was the meaning of the footprints? How had they appeared in my house without anyone noticing? I couldn't make sense of it. And the worst part was the unsettling feeling that lingered in the air, like someone had been here watching me, waiting for me to discover their presence. But why? What was the point of this? Why leave footprints if you were trying to remain undetected? I looked around my room once more, my mind frantically trying to piece together any detail that might explain what had happened, but nothing stood out. The footprints were still fresh and I wondered how long they had been there. Had they appeared while I was asleep, or had they been there for hours? The question kept circling in my mind, growing louder and more pressing with each passing second. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore, even though there was no one in the room with me. The air felt heavier, like someone was standing just behind me waiting to pounce. I spun around expecting to see someone standing in the doorway, but there was nothing. The room was empty, silent, but that sense of unease lingered. I decided to check the rest of the house, hoping to find something, anything that could explain what was going on. I walked back through the hallway looking for any signs that someone had been there. The footprint stopped in the living room, but everything else seemed normal. There was no sign of anyone breaking in, no evidence of anything suspicious. But how could that be? Someone had left footprints in my house, but I couldn't figure out who or how. I checked the front door again just to be sure it was locked, just like I had left it. The windows were all secure and there were no signs of forced entry. I even checked the backyard hoping to find something that would explain the footprints, but the yard was empty, just as it should be. There was no trace of anyone coming or going. As I stood there trying to make sense of it all, I felt a growing sense of dread. I had no answers. The footprints were a mystery, and so was the feeling of being watched. I couldn't explain it, and that uncertainty nodded me, refusing to let go what had happened. Who had left those footprints in my house? And why did it feel like they were waiting for me to discover their presence? As the hours passed, the unease never quite left me. The house, once a familiar and safe place, now felt like a place I couldn't trust. The silence was oppressive and every creak of the floorboards or gust of wind outside made me jump. I wanted to believe it was all just my imagination, a trick of the mind, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Someone had been here, and the fear of not knowing who or why'd nod at me, making it impossible to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. That night I locked every door and window, checked every corner of the house and sat in the living room trying to convince myself that I was safe. But no matter how many times I reassured myself, the footprints haunted me. They had left an imprint on my life that I couldn't forget. Whoever had walked through my house, whoever had left those marks, was still out there, and I couldn't help but wonder if they would return. Story 25. I froze as soon as I saw the note. My hand hovered over it, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. The handwriting was clean, sharp, and deliberate. No smudges or signs of haste. It wasn't my handwriting, and I couldn't think of anyone who would have written it. The words felt like a threat, chilling me to the core. "You're not safe here." The phrase echoed in my mind and my breath caught in my throat. I had to remind myself to breathe. I stood there in the kitchen for what felt like an eternity, staring at the note. I hadn't heard anyone come into the house, hadn't seen any sign of forced entry. The door was locked. The windows closed, everything exactly as I had left it when I came inside earlier. Yet this note was here. Someone had been in my house and I didn't know how. I felt my pulse quicken. His panic started to rise within me. Who had done this? What did they want? I picked up the note with shaking hands, trying to calm my nerves as I studied it more closely. The paper felt ordinary. Nothing unusual about it. The ink was black and there were no smudges or signs of age. Whoever had left this note knew exactly what they were doing. It wasn't the work of someone in a hurry or someone careless. It felt personal. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Was I being targeted, or was this just some sick prank? I looked around the kitchen, scanning every corner as if expecting someone to jump out from the shadows. The house was still too. Still, I heard nothing. No creaking of floorboards, no soft rustling of fabric, nothing. My kitchen had always felt like a safe space, a place where I could unwind after a long day. But now, with the note in my hand, it felt like a trap. I quickly moved to lock the back door, my fingers fumbling as I secured the latch. I checked the front door as well, making sure it was still locked, but the nagging feeling didn't go away. It was like something was watching me, waiting for me to make the wrong move. I couldn't shake the image of someone standing behind me, observing every little thing I did just out of sight. The thought made me feel like I was losing my grip on reality. I set the note down on the counter and grabbed my phone, hands trembling as I unlocked it. I needed to contact anyone, but as I scrolled through my contacts, I realized I didn't know who I could trust. Everyone I knew was too far away to help. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever left the note was close by, watching me through the windows or hiding in the shadows. The thought made my stomach turn. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. There had to be a logical explanation for this. Maybe someone had entered while I wasn't paying attention, though the idea of someone sneaking into my house without me noticing was terrifying. But how could they have gotten in? I had checked everything before I left this morning. The locks were secure and I had taken every precaution. Yet the note was real and the message was clear. I wasn't safe here. I called the police. I knew it was the right thing to do, but even as I dialed, I couldn't help but wonder if it was already too late. The line rang and I was left with nothing but the sound of my own breathing. When the dispatcher answered, I quickly explained the situation, trying to keep my voice steady. As I relayed the details, the officer on the other end assured me that they would send someone over right away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was already too far gone. As I waited, I paced around the kitchen, glancing nervously out the window. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the yard, and the darkness seemed to be closing in around me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, and every little noise seemed amplified in the silence. The house that once felt like a sanctuary now felt like a prison. The minutes dragged on, each one heavier than the last. I felt my eyes darting from one corner of the room to the next half, expecting someone to emerge from the shadows at any moment. The phone call had left me with little reassurance. What could they do to protect me from someone who could break in without leaving a trace? It seemed like I was alone in this, completely at the mercy of whatever forces were at work here, but finally there was a knock at the door. I jumped, startled by the sudden sound. My heart raced as I moved quickly to answer, almost tripping over my own feet. When I opened the door, I was met by two officers, both of them looking calm but alert. They asked to see the note and I handed it over, trying to steady my breathing. The officers examined the note carefully, discussing it quietly between themselves. I watched them, desperate for answers, but they didn't have much to say. "We'll investigate," one of them said, though his voice sounded more like an attempt at reassurance than a promise. "For now, just try to stay calm. We'll take care of it." They didn't ask many questions after that, and I couldn't help but feel disappointed. What was there to investigate? The note didn't have any fingerprints, no clues that could lead them to the person who had left it. They left after a few minutes, telling me to keep an eye out for anything unusual and to contact them if I saw anything strange. It felt like they were treating it like a RTE case, but to me it wasn't a simple matter. Whoever had left that note had crossed a line and I wasn't sure they were finished. As I locked the door behind them, I felt the weight of the silence settle around me again. The house seemed even emptier now, the shadows growing longer as night began to take over. I sat down on the couch, my mind racing with thoughts and possibilities. Who would do this and why the feeling of being watched, of being unsafe in my own home, refused to leave me. I glanced at the clock, surprised to see how late it had gotten. I hadn't noticed the time passing, but it was already well into the evening. I hadn't seen anything suspicious after the officers left, but I didn't feel any safer. If anything, the stillness of the house was even more unnerving. I wondered if I was being paranoid, but deep down I knew that something was wrong. The note was a warning and I couldn't ignore it. I eventually fell asleep, though it wasn't restful. I kept dreaming of someone standing in my house watching me, and every time I woke up I felt a chill in the air, like something was just out of reach waiting. When morning came, I didn't feel any better. The note was gone, but the unease had settled deep within me and I knew that whatever had begun last night wasn't over. The fear I felt now was something I couldn't shake, not until I understood who had been watching me and why. Story 26, the subject line of the email, was simple. A string of random letters that meant nothing to me. My finger hovered over the mouse as I debated whether to open it. I didn't recognize the sender and I had no idea how they would have gotten my email address. The curiosity eventually overcame my hesitation and I clicked on the message. The first thing I noticed was the photo attached, and my stomach dropped when I saw what it contained there. I was standing outside my house. The photo was taken from a distance, showing me in my front yard, looking as if I was just finishing up some errand. My body froze. I hadn't been outside all day, at least not in the front yard. I glanced out the window, but no one was there. I quickly scanned the image for any clues, any hint of who might have taken the photo. The quality was surprisingly clear, almost too clear, and it was taken in the late afternoon light, which made it even more unsettling. I tried to calm my racing heart, telling myself that it was just a coincidence. Maybe someone had taken the photo earlier in the day when I wasn't paying attention, but that didn't make sense either. I hadn't seen anyone around my house. The only people I knew in the area were friends and family, and none of them had sent me anything like this before. The email had no message, just the attached photo. I opened the photo again, staring at it for a long time. I had no idea what to make of it, but it felt like a warning, a message. My eyes wandered over the photo again, and that's when I noticed something that made my breath catch in my throat. In the background, just behind the bushes near my driveway, I could make out a shadow. It was faint, almost blending in with the surrounding darkness of the trees, but it was there. The shadow seemed to be watching me. I quickly closed the email, my mind racing. I felt like I was being watched, and for the first time it didn't feel like my own paranoia. This was something else entirely. My pulse quickened and I grabbed my phone, scanning through the security camera footage around my house, hoping for some answers. I went through the footage for hours, but nothing showed up. No one had approached the house. The cameras had caught nothing out of the ordinary. Frustrated, I checked the email once more, hoping that there might be more information, but the message was still the same, just the photo. I tried to think of anyone who might be playing some kind of cruel joke on me, but no one came to mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just a prank. I paced around the room trying to focus, but the image of the shadow kept lingering in my mind. Who could have been standing out there? Why had they sent the photo, and why had it been sent to me? I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as I looked over at the window, wondering if someone was still out there. I wasn't sure how much time passed, but eventually I decided to act. I went to the front door and checked the locks again, just to be sure. The house felt so still, so quiet. I could hear the wind rustling the trees outside, but other than that, there was no sound. My phone buzzed in my pocket and I jumped, my heart racing. It was another email from the same unknown address. My hand shook as I opened it, afraid of what I might find. This time, There was another photo attached. My hands trembled as I opened the image and my stomach lurched when I saw what it was. The photo was a close-up of my front door, the same door I had just locked a few minutes ago. But what made it worse was the fact that the door was slightly ajar in the photo. I hadn't left it that way. I rushed over to the door, my mind in a frenzy. I checked the lock, then checked it again. The door was locked tight. It hadn't been opened. But seeing that photo felt like a sick joke, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized that someone had been here. Someone had been watching me. I felt trapped, like I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being hunted. The air felt heavier now, like the weight of the world was pressing down on me. I couldn't stop thinking about the shadow in the first photo. How had they gotten so close without me noticing? What did they want? I tried calling my friends, but no one picked up. I called the police, but they said there was nothing they could do unless I had more concrete evidence. I spent the rest of the night scanning every corner of the house, checking every lock and window, making sure everything was secure. But no matter how many times I checked, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still out there watching me. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside made me jump. The darkness felt suffocating and I couldn't help but feel that this was only the beginning. The next morning I called a locksmith to change all the locks, even though I knew deep down that it might not make a difference. Whoever was behind this had already been inside and they knew where I lived. I wanted to leave to pack my things and go far away, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. It was as if I was being forced to stay to wait for whatever came. Next days passed, but the email stopped. I thought about going to the police again, but each time I hesitated, not knowing how to explain something that seemed so unreal. The photos had stopped, but the feeling of being watched never went away. I still checked the locks every night, still stared out the window, half expecting to see someone standing in the shadows, and even though the photos had stopped coming, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still out there somewhere watching. I've lived with the yees ever since. Every time I walk into a room, I wonder if I'm being watched. Every knock at the door makes my heart race. I don't know who took those photos or what they want, but I know one thing for sure, they're still out there waiting for me to make the next move. Story 27. I woke up with the jolt, the sunlight creeping through the blinds, casting faint lines across the floor. The air felt cold and I instinctively pulled the blanket closer around me, trying to block out the chill. But then something didn't feel right. It was too quiet too. Still my heart raced and I instinctively reached for my phone on the nightstand, only to find it missing. I sat up, my mind slowly catching up with the confusion in my chest. I noticed it immediately. The front door was wide open. The wooden frame stood ajar, the wind gently pushing the door back and forth. It didn't make sense. I was sure I'd locked it before going to bed the night before. I couldn't have left it open. I swung my legs out of bed, my feet landing on the cold floor. A shiver ran down my spine and I felt the sudden urge to check everything, but something told me not to rush. To stay calm, I walked cautiously toward the door, my thoughts racing as I stepped into the hallway. I tried to remember the last few hours. How had I ended up here? Had I been sleepwalking? But no, that wasn't possible. The door was definitely locked. When I went to bed, there was no way I had forgotten it. My mind flickered through the possibilities. Could someone have entered? The idea sent a cold old wave of fear over me. My heart began to pound and I hesitated before moving closer to the door. I checked the living room first, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. There was nothing unusual, just the familiar setup of the furniture. But then my eyes fell on the table near the door. My keys, my car keys, were gone. I couldn't believe it. I reached for my coat pocket, hoping I might have just misplaced them, but it was empty. Panic slowly crept up my throat. Who could have taken my keys? Who had been in my house? The thought was almost too overwhelming. I turned back toward the door, checking once more for any signs of forced entry. The door itself looked undisturbed, but there was no mistaking the fact that it had been open. During the night, I could feel the tightness in my chest, the air in my lungs feeling too thick to breathe. I ran to my phone, desperate for any answer. Maybe I'd missed something. Maybe there was a call or message that would explain everything. But when I checked, nothing had been sent. There were no strange messages, no missed calls. I felt more isolated than ever. I dialed my best friend's number, my hands trembling as I pressed the buttons. The phone rang endlessly, but there was no answer. I tried again, my heart pounding harder, still no response. I left a voicemail, but I had a sinking feeling that it wasn't going to help. I couldn't just sit there and wait. I had to figure out what had happened. The house felt smaller now, the walls pressing in on me. As I made my way toward the back door, I checked the locks, checked every window. Everything seemed fine, but the feeling in my gut told me otherwise. Someone had been inside. I tried to push the thought away, but it gnawed me relentlessly. I sat down at the kitchen table, my hands running over the smooth surface as I tried to think through my next move. My keys were missing, the door had been opened, and yet there was no evidence of anyone else being here. My mind kept going in circles, trying to piece together the fragments of reality that felt too broken to comprehend. How had someone gotten inside? Why would they take my keys? I had no answers, but the longer I sat, the more certain I became that I wasn't alone. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, that I was no longer safe in my own home. I checked my phone again. No calls, no messages, just silence. But something had changed in me. I wasn't waiting anymore. I wasn't just hoping for answers. I had to go find them. I had to make sure my house was secure again, that nothing else was missing. I couldn't just sit here waiting for something else to happen. As I reached for the front door, a sudden noise behind me made me freeze. I slowly turned my head, my heart nearly stopping in my chest. There was a small, insignificant sound of thumb, a faint movement. I looked at the corner of the room toward the stairs leading upstairs. I wasn't sure what I expected to see. The stairs were empty, just a normal part of my home. But in that moment, the stairs felt like a trap, like something was hiding there waiting. My hand trembled as I turned the knob of the door and stepped outside. I needed to get out of the house. I stood there in the cold, staring back at the open door, feeling the weight of my own thoughts pressing down on me. The world seemed too quiet. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting someone to be standing behind me, but the porch was empty. I didn't know who had taken my keys or why they had opened the door, but I knew I had to be careful. I couldn't just ignore it. Something was wrong, and I wasn't going to rest until I figured out what had happened. I drove to the nearest store, my thoughts still spinning, but when I returned, everything was quiet. The door was still open and my keys were still gone. There were no signs of anyone else, no footprints, no disturbances. But I knew the truth. Someone had been here, someone had been inside my house, and I wasn't going to let them take anything else from me. Story 2. I had been going about my day like any other, trying to distract myself from the creeping unease that seemed to be growing. The morning had been quiet, uneventful, and I thought I could finally relax for a moment. But then, as I sat down at my desk to check my phone, I remembered something I had forgotten about: the security cameras in the backyard. I had set them up a few months ago, just as an extra precaution after a couple of strange occurrences, and though I hadn't thought much about them lately, I had the feeling today was different. I unlocked my phone and opened the security app. My heart raced as I navigated through the footage. I had been away from the backyard all morning, only briefly stepping outside to grab the mail, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. As I scrolled through the recordings, everything appeared still and quiet until I saw the figure. It was faint. At first, a blurry shadow moving across the frame. My breath caught in my throat. I leaned in closer, trying to make out any detail. The person, whoever it was walking slowly across the backyard. It wasn't a fast pace, as though they were trying not to make any noise. The footage was grainy, but there was no mistaking it. Someone was walking around my yard. I hadn't heard anything. No footsteps, no movement outside. It was impossible, and yet there they were. The figure moved toward the back fence, then stopped for a brief moment before turning and walking out of view. My mind raced, trying to process what I was seeing. I had been home all morning. I was alone, no one had entered, and yet someone had been in my backyard. How had I not heard a thing? I checked the tim stamp on the footage mid-morning, just after I had gone into the living room. It didn't make any sense. How had someone gotten so close without me noticing? The house was small and my backyard wasn't that far from the kitchen or the living room. If someone was out there, I should have heard something, but there had been nothing. It felt like the whole world had fallen silent just for that moment to let whoever it was slip past me, unnoticed. I rewound the footage and watched it again. The figure moved with purpose, but it wasn't quick. I studied their movements, trying to figure out who it could be, what they were doing. They seemed to be pacing like they were waiting for something. My anxiety spiked as I realized how close they had been to my house if they were out there for that long. Did they know? No, I was home. Had they been watching me all along? I checked the footage again to see if the figure had left any other signs, but there was nothing. No trace of footprints, no sound, no indication of how they had gotten in. The backyard was exactly as it had been before, the grass still undisturbed, the air still. It was as though they hadn't even been there. I quickly ran to the back door, looking out the window to the yard. It was still and silent. The fence looked the same, the trees swayed slightly in the breeze, but there was no sign of anyone or anything. I didn't know what to think. I was paralyzed by a sense of dread. Someone had been in my backyard, had been so close to my home, and I hadn't heard a thing. I thought about calling the police, but what could I tell them? That someone had been walking in my yard, but there was no evidence they had done anything wrong. No damage, no break-ins, no clear threat. It seemed too vague, too trivial, yet it felt deeply unsettling. I couldn't shake the thought that they were still nearby watching, waiting for the right moment. I turned off the footage and sat in silence trying to figure out what to do. I felt exposed, vulnerable, knowing that someone had come so close without my awareness. My mind kept running through all the possibilities. Was it a random person just passing through, or had it been someone deliberately watching me, waiting for the opportunity to strike? I stood up and walked to the kitchen, my eyes darting nervously around the room. Everything looked normal, but I couldn't ignore the sense that something was wrong. My heart was pounding in my chest. I needed to figure out what was going on. I checked all the doors and windows, making sure they were locked, even though I had checked them just a few hours ago. I wanted to feel secure, but the lingering fear made me second guess. Every lock, every window. My house felt like a trap, like I was being watched at every turn. I returned to the living room, my phone in hand, trying to distract myself by looking through the footage again. Maybe there was something I had missed, something that could explain what had happened. But the footage was the same. The figure was still there, walking across the backyard and then disappearing into the trees. I went back to my bedroom, where I had left the window open slightly to let in the morning breeze. I checked outside once more, my heart racing. The yard was empty, just as it had been before. No one was there, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching from the shadows. I closed the window quickly, locking it tight, hoping it would offer some semblance of safety. I spent the next few hours pacing around the house, checking every corner, every door, making sure everything was secure, but the feeling of unease never left. It was as if the house itself had become a place of tension, of waiting. I couldn't stop thinking about the figure in the yard. They'd been so close, too close by the time night fell. I was exhausted, my nerves frayed, but I couldn't shake the thought that someone was still out there. I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that it was nothing, but the footage wouldn't let me ignore it. Someone had been on my property and I had no idea who they were, why they were there. The sound of my phone vibrating on the table startled me, pulling me from my thoughts. It was a message. My stomach twisted as I saw it was from an unknown number. I opened it hesitantly. Nice try, but I can get closer. Next time I dropped my phone, the words burning in my mind, it wasn't over. Whoever had been in my backyard was still watching, and they weren't done yet. Story 29. I stared at the box for a moment, unsure of what to make of it. It was plain, unmarked, with no indication of who might have left it there. The only thing that stood out was the way it seemed to beckon me, as though it had a purpose. A message hidden inside the box was light, almost as if it were empty. But I knew that couldn't be true. My curiosity gwed at me and I knelt down to open it. Inside I found a single photograph creased slightly at the edges, as though it had been handled often. It was a picture of my childhood home, taken from the front yard. I recognized the angle immediately, the old oak tree in the background, the faded red door and the swing hanging from the porch. My heart skipped a beat. How did someone know this place? No one outside my family had ever been there in years, and the photo was old, taken long before I had left. I turned the photo over hoping to find some kind of clue, but there was nothing. No name, no message. Just blank space on the back. I felt a shiver run down my spine. How could this stranger know so much about me, about my past? Was it a coincidence, or was someone out there watching me? I looked around the street half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. But it was quiet. The only sound was the wind rustling through the trees. Still the feeling of on lingered. I picked up the photo carefully, as if it might somehow hold a secret, a connection to whatever this mysterious box was about. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Who would leave this here? Why would they send me something so personal, so intimate? It wasn't just the photo itself that disturbed me, but the timing. I just moved into this new place, far away from my childhood home. The idea that someone had tracked me down, that they knew about my past, unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. I held the photo in my hand for a few more moments, turning it over in my mind. The more I looked at it, the more I wondered if there was something I was missing. Maybe there was something hidden in the background, something in the details that could tell me more. I examined every inch of the photo, from the grass in the yard to the worn-out steps leading up to the porch. Everything looked the same, yet different. It felt like I was looking at a memory, but one that didn't quite belong to me. I couldn't shake the feeling that this photo was more than just a piece of nostalgia. It was a warning, a message, something meant to make me remember. But what was it trying to say, and why was it being delivered? Now, after all these years, I had to know more. I couldn't just leave it at this. I needed to figure out who had sent this and why. My thoughts spiraled and the sense of urgency took over. I couldn't ignore this any longer, not when it felt so personal, so targeted. I decided to drive to my childhood home, despite the fact that it had been years since I'd been back. Maybe something that would give me a clue, some answer that would explain why someone would send me this photo. The drive was long, and as I got closer to the old neighborhood, memories began to flood back. The familiar streets, the old gas station on the corner, the park where I used to play with my friends, it all seemed so distant now, like it had been a lifetime ago. But the closer I got, the more uneasy I became. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, like someone was right behind me watching my every move. When I finally reached the house, it looked just as I remembered it, though now it was abandoned and overgrown with weeds. The red door, the oak tree, the swing. I could almost hear the laughter of my younger self, feel the warmth of summer days spent playing outside, but there was something off about it now, something that made the place seem wrong. The air was thick with tension, and I couldn't help but feel like I was being pulled into something I didn't understand. I parked my car at the curb and sat there for a moment staring at the house. What was I hoping to find here? A clue, an explanation, a person? I wasn't sure, but I had to see it with my own eyes. I couldn't let this go. I got out of the car and walked toward the house, each step heavy with uncertainty. The yard was unkempt, the grass tall and wild, but the path to the porch was still visible. I approached the front steps, each creak of the wood echoing in the silence. The house seemed empty, abandoned. No one had lived here for years, and yet it felt like someone was watching me. From the windows, I glanced out that there was no movement. I reached the door and hesitated before knocking, unsure if anyone would answer. I knew it was pointless. No one lived here, but something about the gesture felt right, like I needed to make some kind of connection, even if it was just a symbolic one. I knocked once, then twice, but there was no response. With a sense of dread settling in, I turned the door knob. To my surprise, the door creaked open. It wasn't locked. I stepped inside cautiously, the floorboards groaning beneath my weight. The air inside was stale, heavy with dust. I didn't know what I was expecting, but it certainly wasn't this, an empty, forgotten house that seemed to hold on to the past in the most unsettling way. I moved through the rooms, each one more eerie than the last. The furniture was gone, but the outlines of where had been were still visible on the floor. The walls were bare, the paint chipped and peeling. It felt as if time had stopped here, like the house had been frozen in the moment I left. Yet the longer I stayed, the more I felt the presence of something else, something watching me from the shadows. I reached the old living room, the place where we used to gather as a family. The memories hit me hard, and for a moment I stood there, frozen, my chest tight with emotion. It was hard to breathe, hard to think what had brought me here. What was I looking for? Suddenly I heard a sound. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a whisper. My heart skipped a beat and I turned quickly, but no one was there. I was alone. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. It was probably just the wind or the house settling, but it didn't feel like that. The whisper had felt intentional, like someone was trying to reach out. Trying to get my attention, I turned and walked toward the back of the house where the kitchen used to be. As I passed the old staircase leading to the basement, I froze there. On the ground was another photograph, exactly like the one I had found on my doorstep. It was a picture of the same house, taken from a different angle, but it was unmistakably the same. I knelt down to pick it up, my fingers trembling. The back of the photo was scrawled with a single message: "You're not safe here." A cold shiver ran down my spine. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Whoever had left the photo on my doorstep wasn't just playing games. They knew me, they knew this house, and they were trying to send a message. But what did it mean? And who was behind all of this? I turned to leave, my mind racing, but before I could make it to the door, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. My blood ran cold and I froze in place. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I wasn't alone anymore. I turned, but the room was empty. There was no one there. The house, which had seemed so still just moments before now, felt alive, as if it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I didn't wait to find out what that something was. I ran out of the house, slamming the door behind me. I never returned to that house, but the strange events continued. Whoever had sent that photo and left me that message was still out there watching, waiting for the right moment to strike, and I had no idea what they wanted from me. Only that I wasn't going to stop searching for the answers. Story 30. The morning light filtered through the blinds, casting a soft glow across the room. I woke up groggy, my mind still fuzzy from sleep stretching. I glanced at my arm, planning to check the time on my phone, but what I saw made me freeze. A fresh scar ran down the length of my forearm, a jagged line that I definitely didn't remember getting. It was dark, slightly raised and covered in a thin scab. My heart began to race as I tried to recall how it could have happened. I couldn't think of anything. I hadn't been injured, hadn't done anything to cause it. I sat up, inspecting the scar more closely. It wasn't the sort of thing that just appeared overnight, was it? There had been no pain when I woke up, no sign of any wound before. It was as if someone had carved it into my skin. While I was asleep, my fingers gently traced the edges of the scar, trying to make sense of it. The sensation felt real, too real, and the more I touched it, the more my mind raced. How could I not remember? I pulled back the sleeve of my shirt, looking for any other marks, but found nothing else, just this one. 1,000 thoughts flooded my mind, each one more irrational than the last. Maybe I had hurt myself in my sleep, but that didn't make any sense. I had no history of sleepwalking, no recollection of doing anything out of the ordinary. The night before, I glanced around my room, half expecting to find some clue as to what had happened, but everything seemed normal. The room was just as it had been. When I went to bed, I stood up and walked to the bathroom, turning on the light. My reflection in the mirror was blurry at first, but it slowly came into focus. I stared at myself, trying to make sense of it all. My face was the same, but the scar on my arm, it seemed out of place, like it didn't belong. I leaned closer to the mirror, examining my arm from every angle. The scar looked as though it had been there for days, maybe even weeks, but I was certain it was brand new. Panic set in. I couldn't explain it. I thought back to the night before. I had gone to bed around midnight night after watching some TV, and there was nothing unusual about my routine, no sudden accidents, no mishaps. Yet here I was staring at a scar that hadn't been there. When I fell asleep, my thoughts spiraled. Maybe someone had hurt me while I was unconscious, but why and how had they left no trace of themselves, no other marks or signs of struggle. The car didn't look like it had been made with the sharp object. It was more like something had scratched me deeply. I grabbed my phone hoping to find some distraction, but as I unlocked it, I saw that I had several missed calls and messages, all from the same unknown number. My heart skipped a beat. I scrolled through the messages, the words sending a chill down my spine. "You're not safe. Watch your arm, I'll be watching." The text was short, but the implications hit me like a freak train. My fingers trembled as I read it over and over, trying to make sense of it. Who had sent it, and why were they warning me about my arm? I had never received any messages from this number before. It felt like someone was playing some twisted game with me, but I didn't know the rules. I glanced back at the scar. Could this be related to the message? Was someone behind this, somehow causing these mysterious wounds? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I set my phone down and grabbed a jacket to cover my arm, desperate to keep the scar hidden, even for myself. The day passed in a blur. I tried to go about my usual routine, but the scar on my arm wouldn't leave my mind. Every time I brushed against it or caught a glimpse of it in the mirror, a cold shiver ran through me. I couldn't concentrate on anything. I kept checking my phone, but there were no new messages. The missed calls were from the same unknown number, but I couldn't bring myself to call back. What if they were waiting for me to reach out? What if they were expecting me to do something by evening? I was on edge. I decided to go for a walk, hoping the fresh air would calm my racing thoughts. As I stepped outside, I felt the cool breeze on my skin, but the sensation of being watched never left. I looked around, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but there was no one. The streets were quiet and the world seemed completely still. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. As I walked, I heard the faint sound of footsteps behind me. I turned quickly, my heart pounding, but when I looked, there was no one there, just the empty street. I continued walking, my steps faster, now my mind racing. Was I imagining things, or had someone really been following me? I reached the park at the end of the street, where the trees cast long shadows and the air felt heavy. I stopped at a bench and sat down, hoping to gather myself, but as I looked around, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the ground, near the bench, was another scar. It was smaller than the one on my arm, but it was unmistakable, a jagged line, just like the one I had woken up to. I stood up, my stomach twisting in knots. The scar on my arm, the message, this new market, all felt like pieces of a puzzle that didn't quite fit together. I bent down to examine down in the scar, but, as I did, I felt a presence behind me. My breath caught in my throat. Someone was standing there just out of my line of sight. I didn't dare turn around, afraid of what I might see. Instead, I stirred up slowly and backed away, trying not to make any sudden movements. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no answer, just the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop until I reached my front door, slamming it behind me as I locked it. The scar on my arm was still there, a constant reminder that something wasn't right. The message, the mark on the ground, the feeling of being followed. Everything was pointing to something dark, something I couldn't yet understand. But one thing was clear: I was being targeted, and the person who was doing this wasn't going to stop until they got what they wanted. I sat on the floor, my back pressed against the door, trying to calm my breathing. I had no idea who was behind all of this, but I knew I couldn't let them win. I had to find out what was happening before. It was too late, but as the night stretched on, I realized that the scar wasn't just a mark on my skin. It was a warning, and I had no choice but to face whatever was coming next. Story 31. I received a phone call from a number I didn't recognize, and when I answered, I heard my own voice. On the other end, the sudden sound of my own voice speaking back to me froze me for a moment. At first I thought it was some sort of glitch or prank, but the voice on the other end didn't sound distorted or mechanical. It was as if someone was mimicking me, perfectly replicating my tone, the rhythm of my speech, even the way I would normally laugh. It was unmistakably mine, but it wasn't me. I stood there, phone pressed to my ear, trying to make sense of what was happening. The voice continued repeating phrases I had said earlier that day, things I had only thought to myself or mentioned in passing. My heart began to race, my mind struggling to tie everything together. How could this be happening? Who would be able to do this and why? I didn't recognize the number on the screen, and I couldn't find any logical explanation for why my own voice would be calling me hello. I managed to say, my voice trembling, "Who is this?" There was a pause, followed by the sound of my own voice, again as if the person on the other end was waiting for me to speak. I heard a soft laugh, just like mine, followed by a sentence I had never said to anyone. "You're not as alone as you think." The words hung in the air, their meaning sinking into me like a stone. A cold chill crawled up my spine. Who could be in possession of such a thing? Could it be some sort of deep fake technology, or was this something much more personal? I immediately hung up my mind, reeling with possibility, but my fingers shook as I tried to unlock my phone to check the number. The screen glowed with the same unknown number. I stared at it for a long time, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. I couldn't bring myself to dial the number back. The thought of hearing my voice again twisted and used by someone else was too much. My breath came in short bursts as I set the phone down, feeling the weight of the situation press on my chest. I tried to convince myself that it was just some sort of prank or a glitch in the system, but I couldn't shake the thought that it was too specific, too personal, to be random. I thought about the days leading up to the call. Nothing seemed out of place, no strange encounters, no unfamiliar faces, no signs of anything being off. But now it felt like everything I had known was slipping into something unrecognizable. Later that evening I tried to settle down, hoping that the events of the day would fade into something I could dismiss. I tried watching TV, reading anything, to distract myself, but every time I closed my eyes I couldn't stop thinking about that voice, my voice on the other end of the line. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only one in the house. The house felt different now, as if the air had changed, as if there were shadows where there hadn't been before. The next morning I woke up early, the sun barely peeking through the blinds. I hadn't slept, much tossing and turning, the unease from the previous day lingering. My phone sat on the nightstand, silent, but I couldn't help but glance at it. I debated checking it for any missed calls, any messages. The temptation was strong, but a part of me was afraid of what I might find. When I finally reached for the phone, my hands were still trembling. I unlocked the screen and scrolled through my call history, half expecting to see that same unknown number. To my surprise, there was no sign of it, no missed call, no log of the strange conversation. It was as if the entire thing had never happened. I tried to convince myself that maybe I had imagined it, that the stress of everything had just gotten to me. But deep down I knew that wasn't true. I had heard my own voice. I had heard someone else say things I had never said, with the exact tone, inflection, and rhythm that was unmistakably mine. As the day went on, the unease grew. I found myself constantly checking over my shoulder, jumping at every creak of the house, wondering if someone was in here with me. I started to feel paranoid, but I couldn't help it. The phone call, the voice. It was too real, too unsettling to ignore. I checked every room, every closet, every corner of the house, trying to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night I locked every door, double-checked every window, and even set up cameras around the house. I wasn't going to let my guard down again, but when I woke up the next morning, the sense of dread was still there, hanging over me like a cloud. The phone rang again that afternoon, and my heart skipped a beat. I glanced at the number on the screen, another unfamiliar one. My stomach twisted and I almost didn't answer, but the curiosity was too strong. I picked up the phone, holding my breath as I brought it to my ear for a long moment. There was nothing. On the other end then, just as before, I heard the unmistakable sound of my own voice. "I told you I was closer than you think." The words sent a jolt of panic through me. How could this be happening? Who was doing this? I barely managed to hang up before my heart began to race in my chest. My mind was spinning with questions I couldn't answer. I checked the number again, but this time there was no record of the call. It was like it had vanished, just like the first one. I spent the rest of the day in a daze trying to make sense of everything, but the more I thought about it, the more questions I had. Who would know my voice so well? Who would have access to my phone, my life in such an intimate way? That night I stayed awake, the phone resting beside me on the table waiting for another call. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew one thing for sure: something was wrong. I was being watched, and I didn't know by whom or why. I couldn't keep living like this, constantly looking over my shoulder, never knowing if someone was listening, waiting just out of sight. When I woke up the next morning, the phone was silent. No calls, no messages, is nothing. It was as if everything had stopped, but I knew better. The silence didn't mean safety. It meant something was coming, and I was no longer in control. Story 32. I was just finishing dinner when I heard a faint tap at my door. It was so subtle, so quiet that for a moment I thought I had imagined it, but then I heard it again, a soft knock, like the brush of fingertips against wood. My heart skipped a beat. Who could it be? At this hour? I wasn't expecting anyone, and the area around my apartment was always quiet, especially at night. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to decide whether I should open the door or ignore it. The knock came again, a little louder, this time followed by a faint, rustling sound. Curiosity pulled at me, and again my better judgment. I slowly approached the door. I peeked through the peephole, but there was nothing outside, no one. My stomach churned as I carefully opened the door, half expecting to see someone standing there, but again there was no one in sight. All that awaited me was the dim glow of the hallway light. I stepped outside, cautiously scanning the area, but still there was nothing. The hallway was empty, eerily still. My instincts told me to shut the door quickly and lock it, but something caught my eye. A small folded piece of paper lay on the floor just inside the threshold. It was tucked into the crack of the door as if someone had slipped it under. While I wasn't looking, I bent down, feeling my hands tremble slightly as I picked it up. The paper was old, yellowed with age, and folded so neatly that it looked almost to liberate. I had hesitated before unfolding it, a sense of dread creeping up my spine. I read the words, each one seeping into my mind like cold water. "I'll be waiting for you in the dark." The words burned in my mind, echoing with an ominous tone. My heart began to race and my breath became shallow. Who would leave such a note? Who would say something so chilling? It was as though the message was meant to evoke fear, to make me feel exposed, vulnerable and helpless. The air around me seemed to grow heavier, colder. I glanced up and down the hallway, feeling as though someone was watching me from the shadows. My pulse quickened. I wanted to lock the door and forget I ever saw the note, but something in me compelled me to stay there, to stand in that hallway as if I were being drawn into something beyond my control. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone had been there, right outside my door, watching me. I stepped back into my apartment and slammed the door shut, locking it with shaky hands. The sound of the lock clicking into place did nothing to ease the tension in my chest. I leaned against the door, trying to steady my breathing, trying to calm the fear that had taken hold of me. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the words of the note from my mind. I sat down on the couch, glancing around my apartment, as if expecting someone to suddenly appear in the doorway. The silence in the room was suffocating, each tick of the clock seeming to echo in my ears. I tried to convince myself it was just a prank. Maybe it was some sort of sick joke, but deep down I knew that this wasn't something I could simply dismiss. The words on the note kept replaying in my head over and over again. "I'll be waiting for you in the dark." The more I thought about it, the more it gnawed at me. What did it mean? Who was waiting for me and why? I glanced at the window, half expecting to see a figure lurking outside, but the curtains were drawn and the street below was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, hidden just beyond the reach of the light. I quickly turned away from the window, my mind racing as I searched for any explanation. I pulled out my phone, hoping to call anyone to calm my nerves. But as soon as I unlocked it, I noticed something strange. My screen was filled with missed calls and unread messages from numbers I didn't recognize. My heart skipped a beat as I scrolled through them, trying to make sense of the sub. An influx of notifications, all of them seemed to be from the same unknown number sent at various times throughout the evening. I tapped on one of the messages and the screen lit up with a new text. "Do you see the darkness?" The words sent a chill down my spine, and I couldn't help but feel that I was no longer in control of the situation. It was as if someone was orchestrating this, leading me into something that I wasn't prepared for. The note, the messages, the feeling of being watched, it all felt connected like the pieces of some twisted puzzle. I quickly scrolled through the other messages. Each one seemed more disturbing than the last. They spoke of things I hadn't told anyone, details of my life that I had kept private. Someone knew everything about me. It was as though they had been watching me for far longer than I realized. So suddenly my phone buzzed again. This time it was a call from the same unknown number. I stared at the screen for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest. Should I answer it? I felt like I had no choice. The messages, the note, everything had been leading to this moment. With trembling hands, I answered the call. The line was silent at first, so silent that I wondered if the caller had hung up. Then, just as I was about to disconnect, I heard a voice, a low whisper that made my blood run cold. "You're not safe. Not yet, I'm still waiting." The call ended abruptly, leaving me staring at the screen in shock. My mind reeled, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Who was this person and why had they targeted me? I felt more trapped than ever, as if I were slowly being pulled into a web of fear and paranoia with no escape in sight. I dropped the phone onto the couch and paced the room, trying to clear my head. The darkness outside my window felt heavier, now pressing in on me. I tried to focus to come up with a plan, but every thought I had seemed to spiral into more fear, more confusion. Then suddenly I heard it, a faint creak from somewhere in the apartment. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. It came again, louder, this time a slow, deliberate step, as though someone was moving carefully through the shadows. I held my breath, straining to hear the sound was coming from the hallway just outside my door. Without thinking, I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy lamp, from the table beside me, and crept toward the door. The air felt thick, with tension, every movement feeling too loud, too exposed. I didn't know what I was preparing for, but something told me that whatever was waiting for me on the other side of that door was not something I could face alone. I placed my ear against the door, trying to listen. The silence that followed was deafening. Had I imagined it? Was it just my nerves playing tricks on me? Just as I was about to pull away, the doorbell rang. The sound of it was sharp, unnerving, echoing through the apartment. I slowly turned the handle and cracked the door open just enough to peer outside. My eyes scanned the hallway, but once again there was nothing. The hallway was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something had changed, and then I saw it, a figure standing at the far end of a hallway in the shadows. It didn't move. It just stood there watching me. The darkness seemed to swallow everything around it, and I realized, with a sinking feeling, that the person had been waiting for me in the dark all along. Story 33, I woke up to the faint sound of something shifting in the kitchen. At first I thought it was just the house settling, the usual creaks and groans that come with old wooden floors, but then the sound continued, distinct, rhythmic, like someone was moving around in there. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest, the fear slowly creeping up my spine. It was late, too late for anyone to be up, and I was certain I had locked the doors before going to bed. I hesitated, listening closely. The sounds continued, soft THS, the faint rustle of drawers opening and closing, it was unmistakable. Someone was in my kitchen. I stood up slowly, careful not to make any noise, my breath shallow as I tiptoed toward the door. The sound seemed to be coming from the direction of the sink, like someone was rummaging through the cabinets or looking for something. I didn't know whether to call out or stay quiet, but I wasn't sure who or what I was dealing with. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, ready to call for help if I needed to. My thumb hovered over the 911 button, but before I could press it, the sound suddenly stopped. A tense silence filled the room, thick with anticipation. I held my breath, listening for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. My mind raced, wondering if whoever was in my kitchen had heard me and was now waiting, hiding, or maybe even preparing to confront me. Cautiously, I crept toward the hallway, careful not to let the floorboards creak beneath my weight. As I neared the kitchen, I peered around the corner, but the room was empty. No one was there. The light was still off and everything seemed in place. My pulse was racing, my heart hammering in my chest. As I took in the stillness of the room, I stepped forward, half expecting someone to jump out at me, but there was nothing. No sign of a break, in no sign of a struggle. I let out of breath. I didn't realize I was holding, trying to calm myself. Maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me in the dark. I walked into the kitchen, flipping on the light to make sure everything was as it should be. The counters were bare, the sink empty, and the floor was clean. Everything seemed normal, but then something caught my eye. Sitting on the kitchen counter was a mug. It was a bright blue mug, one I didn't recognize. I always kept my dishes neatly arranged, and this mug was not mine. I hadn't seen it before. My stomach dropped as I stared at it, feeling the hair on the back of my neck rise. How had it gotten there? I hadn't left it there, and no one else had access to the house. I picked up the mug, feeling its cool surface in my hand. There was no sign of anything unusual about it, no markings, no labels, just a plain blue ceramic cup. But as I held it, I noticed something even more unsettling. There were faint fingerprints on the rim smudged around the edges, as if someone had touched it. Recently, I ran my fingers over the prints, trying to make sense of them. They didn't belong to me. They were too small, too delicate. My pulse quickened again. Someone had been in my kitchen, and they had touched this mug. I walked around the room trying to find any other sign of someone being there, but there was nothing. The house was eerily quiet again, and the stillness made me feel uneasy. It was as if the person who had been there had vanished, leaving no trace behind except for the mug. I couldn't understand it. Who would come into my house in the middle of the night, move around in my kitchen, and leave without a word? I thought about calling the police, but what could I tell them? That someone had been in my kitchen, and all they left behind was a strange mug. I wasn't sure they would take me seriously. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Whoever had been in my kitchen, they had been close. They had been so close I could almost feel them. I decided to check the rest of the house to see if there were any other signs that someone had been inside. The living room was untouched, and my bedroom was exactly as I had left it. Everything seemed in place except for that mug. It was the only clue that something had happened, and the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. I couldn't let it go. I had to figure out who had been in my house and why. I returned to the kitchen, placing the mug back on the counter. I stood there for a moment trying to collect my thoughts. My eyes scanned the room one last time, but there was nothing except the mug. The silence was almost suffocating, and I could feel the weight of it pressing in on me. I needed to know what had happened, but I couldn't find any answers. Suddenly my phone buzzed, making me jump. I quickly grabbed it, hoping it was some sort of message that could explain what was going on. But when I looked at the screen, there was nothing there. No new texts, no missed calls, just the usual notifications. And yet something felt different. I felt a chill run down my spine as I looked closer. The screen had a faint crack running through it, something I hadn't noticed before. I had never dropped my phone, never even bumped it hard enough to cause a crack. I stared at it for a long moment, my thoughts racing. Could this be another clue? Had someone been in my house, and had they tampered with my phone while I was asleep? The idea was unsettling, but it made a certain kind of sense. Maybe whoever was responsible had been watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I had to act. I couldn't just sit here and hope everything would go back to normal. I needed answers, and I needed them fast. I grabbed my phone and went straight to the camera app, checking the footage from the night before I scrolled through it, looking for any sign of movement, any indication that someone had been in my house, but there was nothing, no sign of anyone entering or leaving. It was like they had never been there at all. I sat down on the kitchen floor, feeling defeated. What was happening? Who was messing with me? The sense of unease that had been building all night finally reached a boiling point. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Someone had been in my house, and they had left a mark. But who and why? I didn't have the answers, but one thing was certain. I wasn't going to feel safe again until I figured it out. Story 34. I received a text message from an unknown number, and the message was a picture of me taken from my front yard. I froze for a moment, staring at the image on my phone. There was a clear shot of me standing by my front door, looking down at the ground, completely unaware that I was being watched. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to comprehend how anyone could have taken such a photo without me noticing. The front yard was visible from the street, but still the thought of someone standing outside watching me sent a chill through my entire body. I quickly glanced around the room, feeling the sudden weight of vulnerability pressing down on me. The fact that someone had been so close, so near, without my knowledge, made me feel exposed. I didn't recognize the number, and there was no message accompanying the photo, just the eerie image of me standing outside. My mind raced, trying to think of any possible explanation. Was it a prank? But it didn't feel like one. The photo looked too real, too deliberate for it to be some joke. I opened the text again, inspecting the image closely. There was no sign of anyone in the picture, no one hiding behind a tree or standing in the background. It was just me oblivious to the fact that I was being photographed. My first instinct was to check the security cameras, but the front yard was in the blind spot of the system. I had never imagined I'd need coverage for that part of the yard, but now I regretted not having more protection. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it be someone from my past, an old acquaintance with malicious intent or worse? Could it be someone who had been watching me for longer than I knew? I immediately texted back, "Who is this?" But there was no response. The message was read, but nothing came through. After that I sent a few more texts hoping for some kind of reply, anything that could help me understand what was going on. But the silence was deafening, whoever it was. They weren't interested in talking. They just wanted to send me that unsettling image and leave me with more questions than answers. The photo continued to stare back at me from my phone screen, each passing second, intensifying the unease that was settling in my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that I wasn't safe in my own home anymore. I stood up, my hands shaking, and walked over to the window to look outside. The front yard was empty, peaceful in the late afternoon light, but the sense of dread refused to leave me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, as though someone could be lurking just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. I grabbed my phone again, considering calling the police, but what would I even say? Someone sent me a picture of me standing outside my house. It sounded ridiculous. How could I prove that? It wasn't just some coincidence or a harmless prank. There were no other signs of intrusion, no footprints in the yard, no broken windows or door wars. Everything looked normal, almost too normal, as if nothing had happened at all. But the photo, the image of me standing there, was proof that something had occurred. It wasn't just my imagination. Someone had been there. I sat down on the couch, my mind spiraling with questions. Who was this person? Why me? What did they want? The silence in my house seemed louder, now suffocating, as if it were closing in on me. I kept thinking about the photo and what it meant. Was it a warning, a threat, or was it just the beginning of something more sinister? I couldn't trust my own thoughts anymore. Every creak of the house, every shadow, felt like a sign that someone was watching me again. The hours dragged on, but the silence remained. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted, but I had no idea by whom or for what reason. I locked all the doors and windows, checked them over and over, but nothing seemed to reassure me. The photo had left an imprint in my mind, a terrifying image of myself. Completely unaware that I was being stalked, I couldn't go to sleep, couldn't relax, knowing that someone had been that close. It was well into the night when my phone buzzed again. I stared at the screen, my heart skipping a beat. Another message from the unknown number. This time there was no picture, just a single line of text. "I'm closer than you think." My blood ran cold as I read the words, feeling the weight of them pressing down on me. It wasn't just a warning. Now it felt like a promise. Whoever this person was, they were here in my town, maybe even in my neighborhood. I had no idea who they were or what they wanted, but the fact that they had sent me that message felt like the beginning of something far worse. I couldn't sit still anymore. The anxiety was overwhelming and every passing second felt like a threat. I checked all the locks again, checked the windows once more and even grabbed a kitchen knife, unsure if it would do any good, but desperate to feel prepared for whatever might come. I wasn't sure what I expected to happen. Maybe the person would show up at my door, or maybe they would send more messages. Either way, I had no way of knowing what to expect, and the fear of the unknown gnawed at me. Minutes felt like hours as I sat there staring at my phone, waiting for another message or for something to happen, but nothing did. The night stretched on, and I eventually fell into a restless sleep, constantly jerking away at every noise and every shadow that seemed to move. The phone stayed silent, and for the first time in hours, I felt a slight sense of relief. When morning came, I checked my phone again, half expecting another message, but there was nothing. No new texts, no new pictures, just the same empty silence. I breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. The sense of unease never fully left me. I kept replaying the events in my mind, trying to make sense of them, trying to figure out what was going on. I decided to take action. I contacted a security company to install cameras around my house, including the front yard, where I now knew the intruder had been. I called the police, though they were skeptical, given there was no concrete evidence of a crime having been committed, but I didn't care. I knew what I had seen, and I wasn't going to wait around to find out what might happen next. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, and I couldn't just ignore it. I had to protect myself in the days that followed. Nothing else happened. The strange messages stopped, and the feeling of being watched slowly faded. The security cameras went up, and I felt a little safer knowing I had some protection, but the fear still lingered, a quiet, nagging presence in the back of my mind. I couldn't help but wonder if the person who had sent me the photo was still out there, still watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. And even though the silence returned, I knew that things would never feel the same again. The fear of what had happened and what could still happen was always with me. Now, story 35. I felt my stomach dry drop as I stared at the message on my phone screen. It was a notification from my bank telling me that my account password had been changed. My fingers went cold as I tried to process what I was seeing. There was no way this could be happening. I had always been careful with my security, using strong passwords and enabling two-factor authentication. Yet here I was staring at the evidence that someone had gotten into my account. I immediately attempted to log in, but the password was wrong. Panic started to seep in as I realized I couldn't access my account anymore. I quickly checked my other accounts, my email, my social media, anything that might give me some insight into how this had happened. Everything seemed fine, except for that one notification. I could feel my pulse quicken as I tried to figure out how someone could have gotten access to my bank account without any signs of a breach on my end. I grabbed my laptop and started typing furiously, trying to reach my bank's customer service. The phone line was busy and the online chat wasn't much help either. I started to panic, wondering if I had missed something, if I had clicked on a phishing link, or if my phone had been compromised in some way. I didn't know what to do. Every scenario that ran through my mind seemed worse than the last. What if they drained my account while I wasn't paying attention? After what felt like hours, I finally managed to get through to a customer service representative. I explained everything to them, my voice shaky, as I described the strange activity on my account. The representative confirmed that someone had indeed changed my password and attempted a withdrawal. Fortunately, the transaction was flagged as suspicious and no money had been withdrawn. Still, the thought that someone had tried to access my savings was enough to make my stomach churn. "We've locked your account temporarily," the representative said. "We'll need to verify your identity and reset your password. Please bear with us for a moment." I held my breath as they guided me through the process. They asked me for details. I hoped only I would know things like my mother's maiden name and the answer to my security question. It felt surreal, like I was trapped in some nightmare where nothing was in my control. I had to ask myself, how had they gotten this far? How had they gotten access to my personal information in the first place? Once my account was finally secured, I sat there staring at the screen. My hands were shaking as I logged out of the banking app, but the fear didn't leave me. The entire experience had left me feeling exposed, vulnerable. There was a sense of violation. I couldn't shake, as though someone had reached into my life and taken something for me. Without me even realizing it, I tried to focus on the positive. No money had been taken, the account had been locked, and I was in control again, but the unease lingered. Whoever had done this clearly knew what they were doing. The way they had gone about changing my password, and attempting a withdrawal without raising alarms was unsettling. What if they were still out there watching my every move, waiting for me to slip up? As I sat there, the house felt quieter than usual. Every little noise seemed amplified, like the walls were closing in my mind raced with possibilities. What if this wasn't just a random attack? What if someone was watching me, planning their next move? I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even though I was in my own home. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I couldn't concentrate on anything, my mind constantly going back to that moment when I checked my phone and realized my account had been compromised. I kept thinking about the person behind this. Who were they? How had they gotten into my life so easily? It wasn't just the money that scared me. It was the idea that someone had been watching me, learning my habits, waiting for the right moment to strike that night. I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the entire ordeal in my mind. I checked my phone again just to be sure everything was secure. My bank account was locked, but the thought of someone out there knowing so much about me made my skin crawl. I had to make sure this wasn't a one-time thing. I couldn't afford to be complacent. The next morning I started taking extra precautions. I changed all my passwords, every last one. I added more security to my accounts, including new two-factor authentication methods and better encryption on my devices. I even started keeping a closer eye on my credit reports, just in case this wasn't the end of it. But despite all the steps I took, I still felt like something was missing. It wasn't just about securing my accounts. It was about feeling safe again, about knowing that I wasn't being watched. Days passed and the sense of unease slowly faded, but it never fully went away. I kept checking my accounts regularly, looking for any signs of something out of the ordinary. Each time I did, I felt a small rush of anxiety, my heart racing, as I hoped I wouldn't find anything. It was exhausting, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had become a target, that someone out there was still watching me. Then, just when I thought I could finally relax, I received another notification. It wasn't from my bank this time, but from the security app one had installed on my phone. It was a warning about an attempted login from an unfamiliar device. My stomach dropped once more as I looked at the details. The login attempt had come from a location I didn't recognize and the device wasn't mine. Whoever had been behind this wasn't giving up. They were still trying to get into my life. I immediately contacted the app support team and took action to secure my phone, as I did. I couldn't help but wonder how far this person would go. How much information did they have and what were they planning next? The thought of being watched and being vulnerable in ways I didn't understand was starting to wear me down that night. As I lay in bed, I couldn't help but feel that same sense of unease creeping back in. It was no longer just about the bank account. It was about my entire life being invaded piece by piece. The person behind this was still out there and I couldn't stop wondering what their next move would be. Story 36. The morning air was colder than usual and I stood by the window gazing out at the yard. My eyes drifted to the patch of grass near the fence, where I saw something unusual lying in the dirt. It was a torn piece of fabric, its edges frayed and stained. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. The fabric didn't belong to anything I recognized. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but I could tell it had been there for some time. Exposed to the elements, I grabbed my coat and headed outside the cold air, biting at my skin as I stepped into the yard. The torn cloth lay just a few feet from the edge of the garden, almost as if it had been discarded carelessly. I bent down to pick it up, feeling a sense of unease wash over me. The cloth was thick, dark, and looked like it could have been part of a jacket or some sort of outerwear. It was torn in several places, the edges ragged and uneven, and there were stains that looked like they had been there for days, maybe longer. I held it in my hands, turning it over, trying to understand where it had come from. My yard wasn't a place where things were easily misplaced, and there was no reason for a torn piece of clothing to appear like this, especially in such a state. I didn't recognize the pattern, the fabric, or even the colors. It was as if it had just materialized out of nowhere. The feeling of being watched crept up on me as I stood there inspecting the cloth. It was unsettling, and my mind raced with thoughts I didn't want to acknowledge. Had someone been here? Had they left it behind? I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was just a coincidence that maybe a neighbor's child had dropped it. But the more I thought about it, the more uncomfortable I felt. I couldn't shake the thought that it wasn't just a random piece of clothing. I didn't know why, but something about it felt wrong. I glanced around the yard, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows watching me. But there was nothing, just the stillness of the morning and the chirping of birds in the distance. I folded the piece of cloth in my hands, deciding I should take it inside and examine it more closely. Once I was back inside, I laid the torn cloth on the kitchen table. I searched for any identifying marks, labels or signs that might tell me where it came from or who it belonged to. There was nothing, no brand name, no tag, no distinguishing features. It was just a dark, ragged piece of fabric. I couldn't stop running through the possibilities in my head, each one worse than the last. What if someone had been in my yard? What if they were watching me? I decided to call my neighbor, hoping they might have seen something. Maybe they had noticed a strange person nearby or perhaps knew where the cloth had come from. When she answered, I asked if she'd seen anything unusual lately. She seemed puzzled but said no, she hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. I explained what I had found and she was just as confused as I was. She suggested I call the police if it really bothered me, but I couldn't bring myself to do that. Yet it didn't feel like a situation that warranted their involvement. The day went on and I tried to distract myself by going about my usual routine, but the torn piece of clothing stayed on my mind. I couldn't stop thinking about how it had ended up in my yard and I kept wondering if it had been placed there deliberately. It was too strange to ignore, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was missing something important. That night I sat in my living room trying to relax, but the unease never left. The cloth was still sitting on the kitchen table and I found myself glancing toward it every few minutes. It felt like a strange omen, a warning of something I couldn't quite understand. I couldn't explain it, but the thought of someone leaving it there right outside my door sent chills down my spine. I decided to go to bed early that night, hoping that sleep would help me forget the strange events of the day. But as I lay in bed, my mind wouldn't stop racing every creak of the house. Every gust of wind outside made me feel like I wasn't alone. I tossed and turned, unable to shake the feeling that some was watching me, waiting for me to do something. My phone buzzed, breaking my restless thoughts. It was a text message from an unknown number. The message was short and cryptic. "I see you." My heart dropped as I stared at the screen, the words sending a chill through me. I had no idea what was, but the timing felt too coincidental. Could it be related to the piece of clothing I had found? My hand trembled as I looked out the window, half expecting to see someone standing in the shadows of my yard. But there was nothing, just the empty silence of the night. I didn't sleep well that night, and by morning I was exhausted both physically and mentally. The strange feeling of being watched lingered, and I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been in my yard. I kept checking the yard from my window, hoping to find something that would explain the torn cloth, but nothing changed. The yard remained quiet and still as if nothing had ever happened. I decided to take action. The next day I went to the local store and bought a few security cameras to set up around the house. I needed to know if someone was coming around when I wasn't looking. The idea of being watched, of not knowing who was leaving things on my property, was too much for me to ignore. I couldn't go on living in fear, wondering who might be lurking around the corner. The cameras were installed and I began to monitor the footage every night, but for days nothing unusual happened. I began to wonder if maybe I was overreacting. The torn piece of clothing seemed like a distant memory, a strange moment that had passed. But then, one night, as I reviewed the footage, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The footage showed a figure in the yard standing near the fence just before dawn. It was too blurry to make out any details, but it was there. The figure didn't move, didn't seem to do anything, just stood there for hours perfectly still. I froze, staring at the screen. The figure looked almost like a shadow blending in with the surroundings. My heart raced as I realized it was the same spot where I had found the torn piece of clothing. The feeling of being watched came, rushing back with a force I couldn't ignore. The figure had been there right outside my door and I had never even seen it. Whoever had been leaving things in my yard wasn't just a random stranger. They were watching me carefully, waiting for the right moment to make their presence known. I felt a rush of fear and frustration. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. Story 37. I woke up with the light from the morning creeping through the cracks of my blinds, the warmth of the sun hitting my face. My head felt groggy, like I hadn't slept as deeply as I thought I had. I sat up slowly, trying to shake off the heaviness in my limbs. Something didn't feel right. The house felt eerily still, as if it was holding its breath. Then it hit me. My door was wide open. The front door, the one I was certain I had locked the night before, was now standing ajar. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the open door, the cold air rushing in. There was no sign of anyone, no footsteps, no signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had come inside, but I was sure I had locked it. I always lock it before going to bed. I hesitated for a moment, feeling a chill crawl down my spine. How could I have missed it? Could I have somehow forgotten? But no, that didn't make sense. I always double-check the lock. My mind raced as I got out of bed and walked cautiously toward the door. My footsteps were slow, almost deliberate, as I reached for the handle. The door itself seemed fine. There were no scratches, no signs of tampering, but the thought that it had been opened while I was sleeping made my stomach churn. I pulled the door shut, the click of the lock echoing in the quiet house. My thoughts spun in circles as I checked the other rooms, but everything appeared as it should. The kitchen was empty, the living room undisturbed, but something about the whole situation didn't sit right. I stood by the door, my hand resting on the doorknob, unsure of what to do next. My phone was on the kitchen counter and I grabbed it, my hands trembling slightly as I unlocked it and checked for any missed calls or messages. Nothing, no notifications, no alerts, nothing to explain the strange occurrence. It only made the unease in my chest grow. I thought about calling someone, maybe a friend, maybe the authorities. But what would I say? That my door had been open and there were no signs of a break-in. It all seemed too insignificant to call anyone, too small to be taken seriously. And yet the open door gnawed at me. Something felt off. Someone had been here, even if I couldn't prove it. I walked to the kitchen, staring out the window as I tried to process everything. There was no one outside, no car in the driveway, no footprints in the yard, just a quiet morning, the peaceful suburban neighborhood that seemed so normal. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. Had someone been watching me? Had someone entered while I was asleep? I checked the locks on the windows, the ones I hadn't thought to check when I got up. Everything was in place, no sign of anyone coming through them. The house seemed safe again, but the feeling of being watched lingered in the back of my mind. I couldn't shake the thought that I wasn't alone. I couldn't stay in the house, not now. The air was thick with unease and I knew I needed to get out, if only for a little while. I grabbed my bag, my keys, checking them twice, before I left through the back door, my eyes lingering on the front door as I stepped outside. I drove aimlessly for a while. The roads around found me unfamiliar, but the farther I went, the calmer I felt. I tried to focus on the road ahead, on the sound of my tires on the asphalt, but my mind kept drifting back to the door that I had locked, the door that had been left open. It haunted me by the time I returned home. The sun was lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the yard. The front door was closed and everything appeared just as I had left it. The house seemed normal again. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, something that I couldn't see, something lurking just out of view. I went inside, locking the door behind me and checking the windows once more. I sat down on the couch, exhausted, my mind still racing. The quiet of the house felt louder. Now somehow I wasn't sure what to do next. The door had been open and I couldn't explain it. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was overreacting, but deep down I knew something was wrong. I had locked that door. I was sure of it. I spent the rest of the evening pacing through the house, double-checking everything, but nothing else seemed out of place. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I knew I would never be able to forget the image of that open door, and as I sat there waiting for sleep to take me, I wondered if I would ever feel safe in my own home again. Story 38. I had just finished a long day at work, exhausted but relieved that I could finally sit down and relax. As I sat at my desk sipping a cup of tea, I checked my phone. There was an email waiting for me in my inbox. The subject line was simple, just a string of numbers and letters. But it caught my attention for no reason at all. Maybe it was the oddity of it, maybe it was the sheer randomness of it. But I opened it without thinking much about it. The email didn't contain much, just a single line of text that read, "I've been watching." Below it there was an attachment, just one. There was a video file. I hesitated before clicking it. A sudden chill crawling up my spine, something about the whole thing felt off. My fingers hovered over the screen as my mind raced. Who would send something like this to me? Why me? I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as I tapped the file to open it. As the video loaded, my blood ran cold. The first thing that came into view was the dimly lit room where I slept. It was my bedroom, I could tell, by the way the bed was positioned and the soft GL glow from the nightlight near my dresser. I watched in stunned silence as the camera zoomed in on me, lying peacefully in bed, completely unaware that someone was watching me. The video was clear and steady, as if it had been recorded from a fixed position. It didn't look like someone was standing there holding the camera. It felt like I was being watched from somewhere else entirely. The sound of my breathing filled the silence of the video, and for a moment I felt like I was suffocating. Trapped in the same room as my own recorded image, my heart began to race and I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. I knew something was terribly wrong. I didn't own any cameras in my bedroom. I had never even considered putting one in there. It was a private space, my sanctuary, the one place where I could feel safe from the world. But now that he had been shattered, I replayed the video, trying to calm myself, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Maybe it was a prank, maybe it was a mistake, but deep down I knew it wasn't the camera angle, the clarity of the video, everything about it felt too deliberate, too intentional. This wasn't some random footage. It was something planned, something carefully executed. I looked at the bed, where I was still peacefully sleeping, unaware of the invasion. The video was recent. I could tell by the clothes I was wearing in the state of the room. But there was one thing that I couldn't ignore, one thing that froze me in my tracks as I watched in the time of stamp on the bottom corner of the video. It was from the night before around 2 am. I hadn't heard anything. There had been no noise, no sound of a camera turning on, no indication that anyone had been in my room. How had they done it? How had they gotten so close without me noticing? I backed out of the video, my fingers trembling as I tried to make sense of what I had just witnessed. I couldn't breathe. The air in my room suddenly felt thick, oppressive, as if I was suffocating under the weight of what I had just seen. I wanted to throw my phone across the room to destroy it, to make the whole thing go away, but it wouldn't disappear. The video was real and I knew that. Now more than ever, I immediately checked all the windows and doors in my house, though I knew deep down that it wouldn't change anything. I needed to feel secure, even if I wasn't. I locked every door, pulled every blind down, checked the locks on every window. Nothing made me feel any safer, though the thought that someone had been in my room watching me made my skin crawl. I thought about calling the police, I thought about telling someone, but what could I say? That I had received an email with a video of me sleeping. It sounded insane, like something out of a horror movie, something that couldn't possibly be real. And yet it was real. I had no idea who could have done it or how they had done it, but there was no denying it. My phone buzzed again and I almost jumped out of my skin. I glanced at the screen and my heart skipped a beat. It was another email from the same address. My hands shook as I opened it, hoping, praying that it was just some sick joke. But when the video started playing, it was me again, this time sitting at my desk. My back turned toward the door. The footage was shaky, as though the person holding the camera was trying to hide, trying not to be seen. But they hadn't been successful. The angle was from behind me and the timestamp just a few minutes ago. The video was fresh, as if they were still watching me. I slammed the phone down onto the table, feeling my breath catch in my throat. What was going on? Who was doing this? Why? The questions swirled in my mind, but there were no answers. I had no one to turn to. I felt like I was completely alone in this, trapped in my own house, being stalked by someone I didn't even know. I stood up and paced the room trying to think. What had I missed? What could I do? My mind raced through every detail, every interaction I'd had over the past few days. Nothing stood out. There was no one who seemed suspicious, no one who had acted strangely, but then it hit me. The last time I had noticed anything unusual was when I had gone to the grocery store. I had parked my car in the same spot I always did, and I had walked in just like I had every other time. But this time something had felt off. I had brushed it aside, thinking I was just being paranoid. Could someone have followed me? Could they have been watching me for days without me knowing? It was a terrifying thought, and one that made me feel utterly helpless. I had no way of knowing who they were or how they had gotten into my house. It could have been anyone, someone I knew, someone I didn't know. The possibilities were endless, and each one felt more terrifying than the last. The thought of being watched or being hunted without even knowing it consumed me. I checked my phone again, but there were no new emails, no new videos. But the fear was still there, gnawing at the back of my mind. The person who had been watching me, who had been recording my every move, was still out there, and no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were getting closer. I spent the rest of the night sitting in my living room, lights on doors, locked eyes darting nervously at every little noise. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head, that I was overreacting, but I couldn't ignore the evidence in front of me. Someone had been in my house, someone had been watching me, and until I figured out who it was, I would never feel safe again. Story 39. The snow was fresh, untouched, and it lay evenly across my yard, sparkling in the early morning light. It was peaceful, calm, just the way it always was. After a snowfall, I stepped outside, taking in the crisp air, and started to walk towards the garden. That's when I noticed it, a set of footprints, small and deliberate, leading from the back of my yard to the front porch. I froze, my heart rate quickening. They were too distinct, too clear to be from an animal or just the wind. Someone had been here. I walked closer to the prints, my breath hanging in the cold air. They didn't look like they had been made recently. They were already slightly settled into the snow, though not too deep, as if they had been made hours ago. The steps were spaced evenly, each one placed in a way that suggested someone had been walking purposefully, with a clear direction, but no one had come to my door and I hadn't heard a thing. I couldn't understand how someone could have gotten so close without me noticing. I looked around the yard, but there was no sign of anyone, no car tracks, no movement in the trees. The world was quiet, as if frozen in time, and yet someone had left their mark. I bent down to get a better look at the footprints, my eyes scanning the ground. The person's steps seemed to start near the edge of my yard, where the trees stood thick and dark, cast long shadows over the snow. I could tell they weren't wearing boots. No heavy imprint, just a soft outline, like they were wearing something lighter, almost as if they were trying to leave. No trace. But they had left a trace, and it was leading right toward my house. I couldn't tell if the person had come from inside the woods or from the road behind my house. The footprints didn't tell me enough, but they were unmistakable. I felt a twinge of unease in my chest, like something was off. I had never seen anyone else around here not like this, not with the snow so thick and the road so empty. The house next door was vacant, and the others down the street had all been abandoned long ago. This wasn't a busy neighborhood. It wasn't the kind of place where people came and went. So who would leave these footprints? And why hadn't I noticed anyone? I straightened up, brushing the snow from my knees, and took a few steps back to take in the scene as a whole. The prints weren't leading anywhere specific except for my front door. They seemed to fade out just in front of my porch, as if the person had just stopped. I didn't understand who would come this far without leaving any other trace. No car parked in front of my house, no sound, no sign of struggle, nothing. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. I turned to go back inside, but something stopped me. The air felt colder, heavier now, and I turned back toward the footprints. It was like the whole yard had shifted, and for the first time I felt truly alone, exposed. A chill crawled down my spine, and my feet froze to the ground for a moment. The steps. They were still there, but something about them now seemed wrong. It was as if they had been watching me the entire time, leading me into a trap. I shook my head, telling myself it was just paranoia, nothing more. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. I backed up slowly toward my door, never taking my eyes off the prints. As soon as I stepped back inside, I locked the door behind me, the click of the dead echoing in the silence. I stood there for a moment, my hand on the doorknob, breathing heavily. What had just happened? Was it some kind of sick joke, or was someone really out there watching me? I had no answers, only more questions. I didn't feel safe anymore, not in my own home, not after seeing those footprints. Who had made them, and why hadn't I seen them before? I couldn't leave it like this. I had to know. I grabbed my phone from the kitchen counter and dialed the only number I could think of, my neighbor, who lived a few houses down the road. He had lived here longer than I had, and maybe he knew something I didn't. Maybe he'd seen something. When he answered, his voice was groggy, as if he'd just woken up. What's going on? He asked, his tone growly and impatient. I found something. I started, unsure how to explain. There are footprints in my yard. They're leading up to my door, but I didn't see anyone. There was a long pause on the other end. I could tell he was trying to process what I had said, but I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Footprints, he finally said. Are you sure it could have been anyone, right? No, these weren't normal footprints. They weren't made by anyone around here, and there's no sign of anyone else. No cars, nothing. I'm telling you, something's not right. He sighed, his voice laced with annoyance. Now, look, I don't know what you're talking about, but you've probably just overthought it. It's snow, it's freezing out. Just stay inside for the rest of the day. You're probably imagining things. I frowned, not satisfied with his response. It wasn't like him to brush off something like this. I'd seen him outside plenty of times, and I knew he kept an eye on things around here. If something unusual was happening, he would have noticed, but now he wasn't taking it seriously. That unsettled me more than anything. If there was something to be afraid of, why wasn't he concerned? I'm telling you, this feels wrong. I insisted, my voice shaking slightly. I need someone to check on it. You've got to stop overreacting. He replied with an exasperated sigh. It's just footprints. All right, people walk around. You're not in danger. Just take it easy. You're probably seeing things. He hung up before I could respond, leaving me standing in the middle of my kitchen. The phone still pressed to my ear. His lack of concern made my stomach turn, but I didn't know what to do with the unsettling feeling that gripped me. Maybe he was right, maybe it was nothing, but somehow, deep down, I knew it wasn't. I spent the rest of the day pacing around my house, watching the windows, glancing out into the yard. The sun was setting now, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The nightfall didn't make it better. It only made the shadows seem deeper and the stillness more oppressive. My nerves were shot and I couldn't wait for Ming, but as the hours passed, I kept thinking about those footprints. They were still there, and now more than ever, I felt the need to understand who had left them something about. It didn't sit right with me, and as the darkness of the night grew thicker, so did my fear when I finally mustered the courage to step back outside. The snow had already begun to settle again. The footprints were still there, as clear as before, but now they seemed more deliberate, more purposeful, as if the person had been waiting for me to step back outside. As I walked closer to the edge of the yard, I stopped suddenly. There, just beyond the last footprint, was something new, a small folded piece of paper half buried under the snow. I bent down and carefully picked it up, my hand shaking as I unfolded it. The note was simple, written in neat, precise handwriting. I'm still here. I felt a chill run through my bones. Whoever had left these footprints wasn't just outside my house. They were watching me.